Mr. Hiroguchi.
Yes.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يطيب لي الترحيب معالي المحافظ وسعادة الحضور الكريم. في المايك واضح الصوت الآن؟ بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على النبي الكريم. يطيب لي الترحيب من معالي المحافظ وأصحاب السعادة والحضور الكريم في بداية جلسات الجلسات العلمية في المؤتمر والمعرض التقني التاسع للمؤسسة العامة للتدريب التقني. جلستنا الأولى اليوم راح تكون مع المتحدث الرئيس نبتدئها، والمتحدث من اليونسكو، وهو متخصص في تطوير مهارات المستقبل في اليونسكو. I would like to introduce Mr. Hiroki Katayama from UNESCO. Please, Mr. Hiroshi Katayama, please start your session.
Okay, thank you very much. So first of all, thank you very much for inviting UNESCO to this important conference, the 9th Saudi Technical Conference and Exhibition. My name is Hiromichi Katayama. I'm based in UNESCO headquarters in Paris, and I have been working on supporting our member countries on technical education and vocational trainings, especially on our country to respond to the needs of future skills in the labor market. So today I'm going to talk about what we have been doing and what UNESCO is going to do to help our country to respond to the needs of skills in the labor market in the coming months and coming years. So I will share my screen. Okay, so the topic of my presentation is future skills. So I'm going to talk about how UNESCO has supported member countries to respond to the skills needs in the future, and also what kind of skills needs we have observed under the COVID pandemic, and then how UNESCO will going to support member countries to meet the future skills need. And last, I will conclude my presentation by briefly explaining how we can work together, how Saudi Arabia and UNESCO can possibly work together for future skills. So we are now finalizing the UNESCO strategy for Tibet 2016 to 2021. And we have been working on these 3 priority areas: fostering youth employment and entrepreneurship, promoting equity, gender equality, and also facilitating the transition to green economy and sustainable societies. And we have been also working on these, supporting the cross-cutting interventions like skills anticipation and assessment. I think this is particularly important when we talk about the future skills needs, because we have to anticipate what kind of skills are demanded in the labor market. We have to use the data, including survey data, administrative data, to forecast what kind of occupations are needed in the labor market. And also we have to do the more qualitative approach by organizing the focus group and to get the perspective from different stakeholders, not only from the ministry and training institutions, but also from the industries and also employers association, which is very important. And we have been paying attention to the monitoring the progress towards sustainable development goals. So we have been analyzing the data to see the progress of the status of our member countries in relation to the sustainable development goals. So this is the evaluation results. I'm not going to explain it in details, but for the past 6 years, we have targeted 50 member countries, and we have provided the support to close to 3,000 Tibet teachers and 5,000 Tibet institutions. And we have mobilized some financial resources to support our activity. And this information is from one of our analytical works produced under the Tibet strategy about the digitization of Tibet. And we have identified some future qualifications and skills which will be required for the Tibet systems. And if you look at the technical and technical column, I think it describes some skills needed in the future to promote the digitization of the member countries. So of course, the IT knowledge and abilities is important, and data and the information processing is important, and also the statistical knowledge is also important, and also ability to interact with modern interface. These technical skills will be very important in order to promote the digitizations. But at the same time, the soft skills and the transversal skills are also critical, such as the self and time management, adaptability or ability to change, and also teamwork, social skills, communication skills. So we think that we have to pay attention to the both technical skills and also more soft skills and transversal skills development in order to help our countries, our member states, to respond to the needs for the digitization on Tibet systems. And we would like to be evidence-based whenever we provide a policy advice, and also the solutions to our member countries. We would like to be based on the analysis of data and evidence. But one of our challenges, we cannot get the latest picture if we look at the survey, labor force survey, household survey, and also the administrative data we got from the Ministry of Education and Labor, because there's always a time lag. And we are now discussing with other international organizations to see the potential of using some non-traditional labor market information, such as the online job search platforms. Because in many countries, when the private company is looking for some workforce, they posted the job vacancy information on the website. And also when young people are looking for a job, they uploaded their CVs, and also they get the job vacancy information from the online job search platform like LinkedIn. And also there are many that kind of platform at the country levels. So this is like a conceptual framework, and how we can get the online job search information, vacancy information, and also online CVs, and also the any other website-based big data. And then we do the analysis of those big data and extract the information regarding what kind of skills are demanded in the labor market. If you look at the labor force survey data and household survey data, what you can get is the number of occupation in the coming years, and also you can estimate the number of industries, so you can see the trend of the industry and also trend of the occupations. But it does not really tell us what kind of skills are demanded. And we think that it is important to look at the job descriptions demanded by the employers. And this is one of the ways that you can get the job descriptions demanded by the enterprises, which means the job vacancy descriptions. So it's you need some new technology for the processing the job descriptions from the big data obtained from the online job search platform. But this is what we are now exploring to do in order to complement our argument for the future skills. And this slide shows the results of joint survey that we conducted with the ILO and the World Bank and the time of COVID regarding the lessons learned from the Tibet institutions under COVID. So not surprisingly, there are increasing demand for the distance learning and also blended learning during the schools and education institutions are closed under COVID pandemic. So the of course, the teachers needs to be trained so that they can provide a distance learning and blended learning effectively. And also the students are also, they need to know how they use the digital devices and materials. And at the same time, we have reconfirmed the importance of the social economic skills, such as teamwork, mutual respect, and openness to change. So this is more or less in line with the digitization report, as I mentioned about earlier. And this table indicates the top 20 job roles in increasing and decreasing demand in the labor market, which was conducted by the World Economic Forum in 2020. So if you look at the what kind of occupations, what kind of skills are demanded, there are some common keywords like data analysis, artificial intelligence, machine learning, the digital marketing, and also the process automation specialist. And on the other hand, the very simple and traditional routine tasks will be decreasing, like data entry clerks and also the administrative and executive secretaries. So it's not very surprising, but I think it supports our arguments. So we need to pay more attention to the jobs and skills like machine learning, artificial intelligence, big data analysis. And that's why we are now trying to explore the possibility of using the big data obtained from the labor market, online job search platforms, for example. Greening economies and also responding to the climate change is one of our main interests. And this is the diagram and table that we obtained from our recent publications published by our partner Univoc Network. And in order to promote the climate change and the greening economies, we need to pay attention to the reform of the curricula and also the teacher training and the reform of the teaching and training materials. And also we have to engage the wider communities, not only the ministries and also the Tibetan training institutions, but also the private enterprises and also the workplace. And in these tables, I just mentioned the example of what kind of skills are demanded in the solar sectors. And the combination of manufacturing, business development, and the design and the construction, and also the operation and maintenance. So these different types of skills are needed in order to promote the greening economy and also in order to respond to the climate changes. And we are now preparing a new Tibet strategy, our UNESCO strategy for Tibet from 2022 to 2029. And these are some of the keywords that we are paying attention to that. So the recovery from COVID pandemic, responding to the technological changes, and also informalities. Even in the rich countries, there are many people still working in the informal sectors, and how training systems can support these informal sectors is one of the big issues. And also the demographic transitions. I think in the Middle Eastern countries, the large number of young people are challenged, but in some of the countries, including my own home country, Japan, the aging population and the increasing large number of old people are big issues. So yes, we have to respond to these demographic transitions and also the sustainable development, climate changes, etc. I think I'm conscious about the time, so I'll skip this slide. And these are the three strategic priorities of UNESCO's new Tibet strategies starting from 2022. So we are paying attention to the individuals, economies, and societies. And in terms of the individuals, we would like to ensure the lifelong learning opportunities. So as I mentioned, we would like to pay attention to not only from child and youth, but also the adults. And the education and training system should play a critical role, not only for school to work transition, but also from the work to work transitions, because many people, they change their jobs throughout their career life. So this is what we may need to focus on. And also in terms of the economies, the alignment of the skills needs by industries and enterprise is very critical. So engagement of the private sector, engagement of industries when we design and deliver training systems is very critical. And also in terms of the societies, the inclusiveness is very critical. So paying attention to the marginalized group, including the people with disabilities, the ethnic minorities, those people, and also the people living in under the poverty conditions. This is also very important from UNESCO's point of view. And like the previous strategies, we will continue to pay attention to these cross-cutting areas, including the data and monitoring and evidence, and also the working with other partners, other development partners, not only with the banks and other UN organizations, but also with the private companies. We have been establishing a good partnership with the private companies like Microsoft, IBM, Huawei. So we will continue to this partnership with the non-governmental private entities as well. And this is my last slide. So how we can work together. We have a lot of tools to work together between UNESCO and the member states, including Saudi Arabia. So we have a network called UNIVOC, which is the Vocational Training Institutions Network. And we have been providing training by targeting the head of UNIVOC centers, the leader of training institutions, and also the teachers of Tibet institutions. And we have also a network called UniTwin, which is the university network. And some of the universities are in charge of the Tibet teacher training, and also they are playing a critical role on the research and development on the skills development systems. So we'd like to, this may be one of the areas that we can work together. And as I said, we have been working with the private sectors under the umbrella of Global Education Coalitions, which was established to help our countries to recovery from the COVID pandemic. So we would like to continue to, yes, we can try to involve the private sectors to support our member countries, including Saudi Arabia. And if you are interested in more country-specific support, like a situation analysis and the review of the Tibet systems and Tibet policy of your countries, this is also something we can consider. And if you look at the left-hand side, we have established the interagency working group by working with the international organizations. And yeah, I think we can.
Mr. Takamaya?
Yes, we can try to work with the other development banks and also the other UN organizations to jointly provide some technical support to our member countries. So this is also something we can consider to work with Saudi Arabia.
Mr. Takamaya?
I will stop here and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. أولاً نحن الحقيقة هنا نأسف لمشكلة تطبيق زوم يعني بتحريك بعض الصفحات في بداية الحديث ونشكر المتحدث. We'd like to thank you for your brief talk. And I think now we will give the audience the chance for any question or comment regarding the subject of the talk by the speaker. So please, if anyone has any question, please start. I don't know if hear our talk or not. Mr. Takamaya? ما يسمع.
Can you hear us? في مشكلة في السمع.
إذا في أحد عنده أي تعليق أو كومنت عن الموضوع معنا حوالي الآن حوالي 5 دقائق يعني للتحدث حول الموضوع اللي يتقدم فيه المتحدث. احنا اسفين حقيقة يعني على ما حصل. يعني تطبيق زوم عليه ضغط عالي جدا وربما انه هذا السبب اللي يعني احدث الخلل. أيوة تفضل. معالي المحافظ.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، وصباحكم الله بالخير جميعا. نشكر حقيقة المتحدث على هذا الموضوع المهم جدا، وحقيقة يمكن مداخلتي هي اقتراح. نشكر حقيقة المتحدث، واعتقد ان الموضوعات المهمة جدا ليس فقط في المملكة، لكن هي هاجس يعني لكل من يعنى بالتدريب سواء كان داخل المملكة أو خارجها. ولذلك أنا أقترح حقيقة على اليونسكو أن تقود مبادرة قد تكون على مستويات إقليمية، لأن مهارات المستقبل في بعض المناطق تكون مختلفة عن مناطق أخرى. أتحدث على سبيل المثال في اليابان، بالتأكيد طبيعة الاحتياجات في اليابان بناء على يعني ما يتعلق بالوضع الاجتماعي، تكلم عن مثلا قد يكون مجتمع فيه كبار سن كثيرين، فبالتأكيد ما يحتاجون مهارات مستقبلية مختلف عن دول أخرى شابة وصغيرة في السن. ولذلك أنا أقترح على اليونسكو إذا كان ممكن حقيقة يرسل للسيد كاتاياما أن تقود مبادرة على مستويات الإقليمية في اليونيفوك لعقد حقيقة ملتقيات تناقش هذا يعني الموضوع، ونخرج فيه في بعض التوصيات القابلة للتطبيق. يعني بعض التوصيات اللي تذكر حقيقة هي عمومية جدا، الاطلاع على مثلا احتياجات مستقبلية، التعاون مع القطاع الخاص، هذه كلها أصلا تكرر بشكل كبير جدا. لكن أنا أقترح حقيقة
السلام عليكم، في صوت
مجموعة من المهارات مثل ما هو موجود في منتديات أخرى مثل منتدى الاقتصاد العالمي. هناك مجموعة من المهارات التي رصدت على مستوى العالم، لكن أنا أدعو إلى أن يكون على مستوى أصغر، على المستوى الإقليمي، تقوده حقيقة يعني مكاتب اليونيفوك اللي تابعة لليونسكو في الأقاليم المختلفة، وتخرج بتوصيات من ضمنها قد يكون عملية أن فعلا هناك لقاءات متكررة لمراجعة المهارات المطلوبة على مستويات الدول. وشكرا.
شكرا معالي المحافظ. ما أدري هل يسمعنا يعني الآن مستر تاكاياما أو لا، ولكن سوف ينقل، يعني نرجو من الأخوان أنهم ينقلون مقترح معالي المحافظ إلى المتحدث إذا أنه لم يتابع أو لم يسمع الصوت. الآن إذا معنا وقت يعني حوالي 3 دقائق، إذا أي أحد عنده من الزملاء أو الزميلات عنده تعليق أو أسئلة أو شيء من هذا القبيل، مع أنه ما هو معنا متحدث، ولكن أي كومنت مقبولة. شكرا جزيلا للجميع، ونشكر المتحدث على وقته، ونشكر معالي المحافظ على الحضور وأصحاب السعادة كذلك. الآن معنا كم الآن؟ نصف ساعة استراحة، وبعدها سوف يكون معنا متحدثين حضوريين هنا، يعني ما نحتاج تطبيق زوم.
Emmanuel Watban, consultant of the governor at the Institute for Vocational and Technical Training. Second session is going to start with Mr. Craig Robertson. He is the CEO of the Victorian Skills Authority in Australia at Victoria State in Australia. He's going to speak about the role of the vocational training and technical training in building the capacities. أعتقد الآن نود أن نقدم السيد كروغ لهيئة تنفيذ مهارات الفيكتوريا أستراليا. Mr. Craig, the floor is yours.
Do you hear me?
هل تسمعونني؟
Mr. Greg.
Mr. Greg, can you hear us?
Please unmute. Please unmute, please.
Mr. Greg.
Mr. Greg.
أعتقد
I think
there we go. I can
أستطيع أن أسمعك. هل تسمعني الآن؟ إذا تكرمت ممكن تقدم لنا نفسك. لديك حوالي 30 في نص دقيقة قبل أن تبدأ. قل صباح الخير جميعا، وربما عندي مساء الخير في أستراليا. اسمي كريغ روبرتسون وأنا مدير التنفيذي للهيئة المهارات الفكتورية. فيكتوريا هي أحد ولايات ومناطق الأسترالية وحوالي مليون عدد سكانها. إذن سوف أقدم العرض، طلب مني ذلك، فأنا يسرني أن أشارك معكم. رجعنا الشريحة التالية. شكرا جزيلا. أعتقد يمكنك أن تبدأ الآن. يمكنك أن تبدأ العرض الآن ولديك 15 دقيقة. شكرا جزيلا. هنالك، هل يمكن تبدأ التسجيل؟ لدي تسجيل هناك. سوف أقدم العرض. سجلت أمس موضوعي حول التدريب المهني والتقني في بناء المهارات. وممكن الشريحة التالية. هذه من اسكتلندا وبدأت وسوف غالبا للتدريب المهني والتقني في العالم أحيانا لأن الناس أعتقد أن لديهم وأحيانا يمكن فيما يتعلق بالتدريب المهني والتقني. هذا هو تاريخ هذه في بعض البلدان، ولكن الآن بسبب تأثير الكوفيد 19 وتأثير التكنولوجيا علينا أن نفكر بشأن القيام بالطريقة الصعبة، وهذا ما أود أن أشرحه لكم الآن. الشريحة التالية رجاءً. الشريحة التالية رجاءً. شكرا. هذه البيانات من توضح تأثير الكوفيد 19 في أثناء العمل، كذلك في بيئة العمل. فقط أيضا 250 مليون تضرروا فقدوا وظائفهم في أنحاء العالم، وهذا يساوي تقريبا الوظائف التي كانت ربما كان سوف تعيد تدخل حوالي 30 مليون، وهنالك حوالي وظائف تم فقدانها خلال الإغلاق في مختلف الصناعات، وأيضا قلت كذلك ساعات العمل. ما الذي يعني هو أن هنالك حوالي 92 مليون شخص تركوا وظائفهم أو تركوا العمل، أو 13 مليون لم يتم توظيفهم. هذا أثر ضخم بالتأكيد. إذا نظرنا إلى الشريحة التالية توضح لنا أن الأثر كان موزع بصورة غير متناسبة في مختلف القطاعات المجتمع، وما لا نرى هنا أحيانا أن كثير من جهات الأعمال تضررت، التي توقفت أعمالها والتي أجبرت على الإغلاق، ولكن كما ترون هنا كان الأثر على الشباب أكثر، الذين أتوقع منهم أن يواصلوا مثلا إلى المدارس أو الأعمال، لم يتمكنوا من التقاط الفرص العمل. بالتالي هنا الأثر يوضح لنا الأثر الذي تضرر على الناس بسبب الكوفيد 19 كما ذكرت. هذا هذا الدياغرام أو الشكل يوضح الفرص المفقودة، وهذا قبل الكوفيد 19. بكلمات أخرى، في هنالك أوضاع حدثت حيث كان هنالك مؤسسات كانت، وكذلك فالناس كثير فقد أعمال حققت أرباح. وهنا فيما يتعلق بالأعمال عموما، وهذا ما نسميه الفرص التي فقدت، وهنالك أيضا الفرص الضائعة كما ذكرت، والناس الذين لديهم قدرة على المعرفة والتعلم، وعليهم قدرة للتعلم لكي يحددوا فرصة في سوق العمل، ولكن في التدريب المهني والتقني بسبب قلة المهارات أحيانا، ومن لديهم قدرات للتكيف مع طبيعة الوظائف المتغيرة، وسوف أتحدث عن ذلك في الطبيعة التالي. هذا الشكل مفاهيمي حول هنالك، واشتغل غالبا 5 ل 10 سنوات لكي تعد تلك الوظائف مرة أخرى لتعد المستويات التي قبل مستويات كوفيد 19، ولكن كان هناك خسائر مؤكدة. وأيضا ندرك أن تلك التوجهات التي تحدث خلال تلك الفترة، وكذلك أيضا كان هنالك مسألة تشارك الأعمال وتناقصت. بكلمات أخرى هنالك مزيد من، بالتالي هذا حدث وترك أثرا على الوظائف الأخرى، وأيضا على طبيعة الأعمال الموجودة، الوظائف الموجودة.
So we started there thinking through that we have a challenge before us. What this slide is showing is what we all know is that Industry 4.0 is due to have an impact globally. And if we go on to the next slide, we can look at what are some of those elements of Industry 4.0. So if we go to the next slide, and what this slide is showing in a circular form, if we can go to the next slide, please. Yep. What this is showing is some of those elements of Industry 4.0 that we all understand are things like robotics, the Internet of Things, blockchain, big data, or artificial intelligence. These are all elements of automation, digitisation. And what we expect is as those elements come into play, they will accelerate change through all parts of industry. So whilst we might be able to sit here at the moment and say automation, digitisation is something of the future, once it starts to take hold, it will be spread through more and more industries and will impact more and more jobs. Next slide, please. This is a report from analysis done in Australia back in 2019. And simply what it's trying to show, it's analysed across most occupations in Australia, which is showing that unpredictable physical work, but also physical work or physical labour is declining in terms of need in jobs. And what it's being replaced by is more expectations of being able to work personally or interpersonally with people, to also have creativity and decision making, but primarily also new skills in terms of information synthesis and information analysis. And this is just a practical representation that we know that physical labour will not be as heavily required in the future, which means we need to make sure that people can be trained for higher level skilled jobs. If we go to the next slide. But what we need to bear in mind is that automation isn't bad news, however. This was analysis done in respect to the logistics industry in Vietnam, of all countries. And the analysis that was done, it was looked at the impact of Industry 4.0, or the fourth industrial revolution, on jobs in that industry if the fourth industrial revolution was applied. Now, its analysis shows that there would be 26 jobs that would be lost, replaced by essentially machines and automation. But the result of that would be increased productivity and potentially create demand for jobs in other sectors. And their analysis showed that that would be 38 additional jobs would be created due to the improved productivity. And so as economy-wide, that's 12 additional jobs. So we can see that automation isn't bad. Let's go to the next slide. But it has a transition challenge for us, just back to the previous one. It has a transition challenge for us. And what this slide is showing is that entry-level workers in that industry who might well have had basic skills now need to have basic computing skills and digital skills able to do their job. The intermediate level workers would need to have critical thinking and written and verbal communication, because they will be working more with machines and people and the like. And leaders in that sector would need to have social skills, evaluation, judgment and decision making and the like, because they're looking at a new way that a system would operate. Next slide, please. I'm going to go over this very quickly, but essentially our sense of traditional industries is also going to be subject to change, because technology will bring industries together and the like. The other big change that's going to occur, and this has occurred in Australia, where we think about 40% of jobs in Australia were able to continue at home. And that gave rise to people being able to be still productive, working from home. And that may well give a change in the future, where there'll be blended work modes, where you can work in an office or in a factory or at home. The unfortunate element is, if you're a factory worker or a process worker, that often means you need to come to the workplace. But nevertheless, this will change the nature of skills that will be required for people into the future. Next slide, please. This is also some analysis from Australia, and very quickly, out of analysis that was done across Australian industry, it showed that the top 4 skills before there was an interest in technical skills and occupational skills for adaptability, collaboration, analytical, and digital. It adds to the weight that there is a new demand for skills and competencies required in this new age. Next slide, please. And I'm coming close to finishing for those people keeping an eye on time. This is work done by the Skills Development Scotland, and it really highlights what we think is going to happen. Many jobs will be done by machines. Technical skills will be of lower importance because technology can undertake that. Humans will need to work alongside those machines. Machines will be able to carry out more and more routine. Thank you. Next slide, and I'll finish. If we could move to the next couple of slides. If you could move along to the next slide. So we'll finish on this slide. What we do know, in order to be able to work in this new world where we are presented by new circumstances, is the ability to learn and adapt. And this is what we're calling the global framework for core skills for life and work, and has been developed by the International Labour Organisation, and it works across 4 dimensions: social and emotional, cognitive, metacognitive, basic digital skills, and basic skills for green jobs. In the middle there is the key point I want to be able to leave you with is what we need to be able to make sure and with cognitive skills you can manage analysing new information and apply it to other contexts.
Craig, thank you very much. I think you exceeded your session. Thank you very much for your presentation, and please keep on for the question and discussion. See you later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
متحدثنا الآخر البروفيسور علي بن ذيب الأكلبي، مساعد عميد شؤون المكتبات بجامعة الملك سعود، عن تطبيقات الواقع الافتراضي في التدريب في ظل اتساع أدوات الذكاء الاصطناعي. ولا يمنع من الدكتور أنه يأخذ له، وأرجو من الدكتور يعني يقدم نفسه. يا دكتور علي، يعني ما يمنع أنك تقدم نفسك ب30 ثانية، يعني عن تاريخك أو سيرتك، وتبدأ حديثك لمدة 15 دقيقة.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Compassionate and peace be upon Prophet Muhammad, and good morning everybody. I am Ali Al-Aklabi from King Saud University.
أنا متشرف هذا
I'm honored
أن أكون معكم في هذا اللقاء
to be with you this morning to speak about
يعني أعتقد
I believe one of the very important subjects that the National Authority for Vocational Technical Training and Vocational Training is doing good, in fact, in presenting such a subject matter. This to anticipate the future and be prepared and ready for all the developments in this technology field, which is an emerging technology which will help us in achieving our daily work in a very fast pace, where we have seen in the world a very accelerated manner, which has been especially with the corona, the emerging outbreak of corona. Many new technologies, emerging technology has been seen. Most of them they were before, like the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, blockchain, etc., and some other emerging technologies that helped human beings during the corona and facilitated all different dealings and works, official ones or individuals interaction, enabling people to do their job despite the blocking during but in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, one of the best countries that managed to cope up and to mitigate the impact of the pandemic with the technical infrastructure, which enabled it to achieve many jobs or works, including education, training, many technologies is helping the human being and certainly I'm going to talk about one of these, the virtual reality technique, or it's about the technical training, noting that we are listening about the huge number of technical institutes which is affiliated to the General Institute for Institution, or 250 institutions or colleges institutes in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for vocational and technical training. The Commission could provide some quality training programs and needs to provide to cope up with the technical training. Second slide, the virtual reality. It is the reality that which is designed through the computers, which is an artificial three-dimensional environment that takes the trainee from real reality into virtual reality, about very accurate and very also so as the trainee during the training in the virtual reality could achieve results which are similar to the outcomes that we could achieve in the reality itself. So to provide not through three-dimensional environment to ensure that the trainees manage to understand all the features of this training. So it makes the user moving from his conventional to conventional environment into a virtual reality to be trained to different tasks and works that you need to be implemented in real life. So without the training moving from his place, or the user moving from his place, the training environment comes to the trainee, because he's using the computer, the virtual technology that provides him with all the environment or atmosphere that you could see in the reality. So it makes the user live this experience through this application similar to them, simulating the actual real life. And this is very important without the risks on the human being or the organization, without any extra costs. So the second slide, the virtual reality, it is environment simulate the actual environment, and it's designed. Second slide, please. This provides some attraction. This is kind of so you need to leave your place. It should be very attractive through the way of the graphics used in this kind of presentation or training, and other effects used to associate the training. There are virtual application help the trainee
للواقع أن يقوم بتأدية المهام التي هو مقبل على تأديتها في الحقيقة.
In the real life. So one of the areas that could see the training in the actual reality in a very wonderful way, the industrial works, programming works, and also in in medicine and engineering fields. So in the second slide, what is the virtual training? What is the virtual training? It is a kind of software, computer software for training, which is implemented through a network, computer network, in which the trainee could be able to understand all the tasks that is going to apply in a very accurate manner. It is coming in an interactive manner through the computer, and it enables the trainee to interact, because there are some questions, orders that he gives, and see the result how it happens, and impact the virtual reality. So there is interaction between the trainee and the virtual reality, the kind similar to the reality, because the vision and movement is having a 3-dimension, as I said. And you all senses like listening, movement, hearing senses are participating or involved in this simulation or virtual training. So in the second slide, this virtual reality training is what is known as the Center for Smart Training, because it uses virtual reality and aims to onboard the trainee from learning and doing the tasks before even going to actual reality, and to avoid some mistakes that might occur in the real life. So I have I visited Aramco refinery in Riyadh. I saw their virtual lab. The petroleum sector sometimes are very serious, very dangerous, and any mistake will be very devastating. So the new officer, without going to the real life working environment, you have to make sure that he masters the skills needed. You can needed at the field work. So we have simulation labs, smart and very accurate labs, enables the trainee to see the mistakes, how the consequences, and the time to do the task, and also to develop his own skills through a lab which is equipped with all these needs to avoid any mistake on the facility or the terminal or in the videos or on the videos. The virtual reality, in fact, is the augmented reality. What's the difference between augmented? What's the difference between AR and VR? The difference between them is very clear. The training with virtual reality technology is it brings to us unreal reality, which is simulate the real reality to the users, to be able to understand his different dimensions in a very safe, secure environment without hazards or mistakes. But the augmented reality is to transfer something that does exist but is far from you. It brings closer to you, either through information or design to compare it with reality. So the picture in the right here, as you can see, this is furniture you can see in any place. Before you purchase it, you can see you can install it even in the room to make sure before purchasing it, this furniture is that suits this place, etc. So this is the difference between VR and AR. In brief, it is designed 3-dimension through some programming software. It does not exist in the life. This is the virtual reality. But the augmented reality is to transfer a real reality through the augmented reality technology to add your information and based on that to take well-informed decisions. It's very useful in the education process. Some books have very brief information, but are very rigid. So you just do the barcode. All the books now you can just use the barcode. Use the camera on the barcode and you have the full information. And you can, it takes you also to go through the internet or to browse through the internet. I'm going to speak quickly. This is very interesting report, however, subject. The virtual reality takes the users from to unreal worlds to understand these upcoming jobs. Virtual reality helps in implementing the training in a very accurate manner, a very efficient manner, and this is very important. Second slide about major features. Provide the money which is spent on real labs were saved, like the materials and chemical labs or the construction labs, or also to prepare or to transport people from one place to another. This will help us to save time and money. Second slide. One user or more synchronously could reach the same environment, understand the information there in a very accurate manner to provide to that environment atmosphere that brings together the theoretical and the actual environment altogether, because it was quite difficult in the real reality, but in the actual virtual reality both is possible. The training of virtual reality is good for the new generation. Now the young people they have smartphones, all people using smartphones. They are very well prepared for this VR in much better way. well prepared. Second slide here, we'll see the added value from the VR. It's then it's very good quality at very small amount of money with zero risks. In some areas, here we're going to talk about some examples. Training is very important, using VR in training. Training in the sales, for instance, or during the sales season, like offering season, training on the workshops, construction sites, using different heavy tools or machines, training security and fire brigade on some virtual situation. I think I've exceeded your time. We have to move to the second speaker. Just we are going to speak. I have question. Thank you so much for this presentation, very clear presentation. Now we'll move to our second speaker, Dr. Professor Abdullah Sadawi, the head. So,
جيد دكتور علي، معك
للإلقاء.
عندك 15 دقيقة.
You got 15 minutes now because we are a bit late. We're going late. If you would like to introduce yourself in half a minute.
معالي المحافظ، سعادة الزملاء الحضور.
My dear audience, may peace and blessings of Allah be upon all of you. I am the head and the technical head of the initiative for literacy, for the future skills for life.
يعني لو تكلم أنت
It's better for you to. I can't see the slides. Yeah, it should go parallel. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. When we talk about the skills, many of you know the importance of skills. We can go beyond this because there are lots of definitions and terminology. When we talk about the international frameworks, we'll see lots of definitions. Can you control while the next slide, please? The one before? Yes. This is one example for the definitions and naming international ones. Some they call it for occupation, ability, potential, basics. There are lots of different definitions, but all of them agree on the importance of skills. This is very important for all societies, for productivity, for income, increasing income and economic growth. When we talk about it is aiming at all ages, even from preschool till retirement. when we talk about learning for life, whole life. So it covers the life of human beings before even the informal education until occupation. How can we define the skills and assess them? The next one, the definition of the skills, the goals, objectives are, we should have take it as a target for training and education, and then assessment later on in the real life. There are levels of frames in the communication technology sector, national and international. But the definition of the skills is not an individual effort. We should share and participate with all identities. When we go through the international definitions and frames, national and sectors, we see a big group of international ones, but at the end, there must be, at the end of the day, there must be adaptation of this to go with the country's own objectives. For example, international ones, the global assessment for basic ones, and transitional ones, management skills for the national one. We got for the jobs in America, in Australia, developmental. When we talk about sectors based, there are some frames which go talking about special sectors. If we get into this, if they are measuring, if they share in common in many things, but they differ still. Some will give us 4 fields or sectors. There are similarities between the skills, up to 70% they share in common, or 80%. How to assess them or evaluate them? We got 4 factors: the region within education or vocational, the field. Is it literacy or non-literacy? Is the context, is it a real one or made one? What is the target? What is the objective? Is it diagnostical or for diagnosis, or is it formal? This is what we should consider when we assess. What are they? We talk about tests and surveys, self-assessment, real jobs or real missions, or feedback of the clients. Most of them are individual. On the larger scale, we got there are other ones, the drafts, surveys, the claim and the demand, and they use it on the individual. Let's talk about surveys, international. The first one is this test. 40 countries are applying it, and we will share in it. Productivity and recruitment replaced by this one. Most of these measurements, they differ in the depth an analytical approach. In some other frames, the low economy and poor countries, they try the basic ones, reading and writing, literacy, literal. The surveys which talk about psychological factors, they're used to their soft skills. There are different types, like there is international website, free for whoever wants some of those, and others are paid. These two types in supplying the skills. The third one is related to, it measures, deals with, from the point of view of the lacking of these like surveys, the lack of talents and the different job environments. This will give us a vision for the skills from the owners of the business. When we talk about the future of defining the skills and assessment in the kingdom, KS, through what we can see in the welfare of the kingdom now, initiatives are dealing with these skills. Can you get back to the slide before? The initiative of the national skills to build a design for, a unified design for it in KSA. And this is how we explain the initiative according to the Ministry of Human Resources, which will concentrate or focus on 3 factors. Can you move back before? The slide before? Yes. The national unified one and platform, national platform for all citizens who are able to work. They will have a website on this platform to register their potentials, their skills, which will facilitate to identify them and make it easier for the owners of businesses to find them. We will use other, the next slide please. When we talk about this, designing this, there are the steps. The most important ones is participation with other identities. We are working with 20 governmental or private sectors. There are other identities. We want to reach the unified design. It should be the target and the objective for training or education, and unifying all the efforts for training, for education. And this is one of the points we have to focus on in the future. There is another side. We got international partnership to measure these skills. And this is hard, it's difficult. Dr. Ali before me, he talked about the virtual environment to benefit from it, because you know that the skills are not only a piece of paper to answer questions. There must be challenging. It should show the innovative and creativity of the one who sits for it. All of them will be available in the future, inshallah, God willing. What we can come out with here is we have covered the general talk to take the basic things. It's not talking about generalities, but things which can be implemented in the reality, learning these skills and assessing these skills and their impact on the labor environment. Thank you very much. Thanks, Dr. Abdullah. This is an excellent presentation. It's 15 minutes, but your ability to control the slides This is, yeah. Now, the next one is Engineer Mohammed Al-Shamrani. He is the director of STC sector. Can you introduce yourself in 30 seconds? Engineer Mohammed Shamrani. Peace and blessings of Allah be upon all of you. Good morning. So I'm very pleased to be here with you, and I extend all my appreciation for the organizers of this conference and for the audience. My name is Mohammed Shamrani. I'm working with this STC, potentials, development, and digital ones, competencies. We're waiting for the slide to appear. Presentation. Can you give it to him to have to monitor it and have control over it? The operator. My talk will be about technical training and its relationship of the development in technology. Everybody, all of us have heard the program of competencies development the Crown Prince has launched, which is a new one in the Vision 2030 vision. The program aims at the citizen having the ability to compete internationally, to reinforce the values, the basic skills and future skills, and the literacy development. I'm still waiting for the slide. If you can continue. Okay. Our talk will be talking about the strategic goal, one of the strategic goals about competence development, extending the technical and vocational training, and starting a journey, an integrated educational journey, TRIP. He's waiting for the slide to appear. Some technical problems, we apologize for that. We're waiting for the slides to appear. There is a technical problem. Can Engineer Adil help with this? Have you got a copy of the presentation? No, I'm sorry. I don't have it. Not even on the... Dr. Ali, can we start with the questions? And then, as long as we're waiting for the presentation, we will open the field for questions, either for Craig or for our presenters here. I got a question for more than one. I thank all the, and I apologize for the technical problem, but we'll hear and listen, we'll keep listening. As for Craig, he talked about the change in the needs for the future needs, and there is a revolution in some of the demands. But my question for Craig is, does this apply to all the countries or some countries, even in Australia itself? I know that there are states there and counties there are more advanced than others in Australia itself. So we always need to see the needs, not the in. Thank you. I need his.
سعادة البروفيسور دكتور عبد الله يعني تحدث عن مبادرات مهمة فيما يتعلق تنمية القدرة البشرية، وهو الإطار الوطني للمهارات. وأنا سؤالي حقيقة كذلك الهيئة لديها الإطار الوطني للمؤهلات، فما علاقة الإطار الوطني للمؤهلات بالإطار الوطني للمهارات؟ وهل سيكون هناك مستقبلا التوظيف والترقيات على أساس المهارات يعني كتوصية من الهيئة، أم ستبقى على المؤهلات؟ لأن نعرف الآن يعني مجموعة من المختصين في السوق هذا يأتون كثير يعني لا يملك شهادة الدكتوراه مثلا، لكنه قد يجيد مهارات أفضل حتى من حامل الدكتوراه. فقد نحرم يعني بعض الناس من فائدة مثل هذه إذا كنا فعلا يعني ما زلنا وسنستمر في الاعتماد على المؤهلات وليس على المهارات. وأرجو أن يكون يعني حقيقة الإطار يمكن يسهل هذه، أو يكون في توصية معينة تسهل لمن يملك المهارة أن فعلا يقود، وإن كان لا يملك المؤهل الأكاديمي كما يقال أو التدريبي اللي هي الشهادات. شكرا.
تفضل دكتور. Mr. Craig, are you with us now? Mr. Craig?
No, he heard us, but he's trying to reach us. Okay, something in receiving his voice. Yes, it's better now. If you can hear me, yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You are correct in saying that the impacts of digital.
نعم، تأثير هذا الموضوع على المناطق يختلف من مكان لمكان.
Different countries.
تختلف من حال دولة إلى دولة أخرى، حتى في المجال الأسترالي هنا. نحن نحاول قدر الإمكان أن ننطلق من المعطيات التي أمامنا. الدول التي تريد أن تدخل في التنافسية الدولية والكفاءات الدولية. نعم، وبهذه الصورة كل بلد ولها احتياجاتها بدون شك.
شكرا معالي.
Thank you,
إجابة على سؤالك، إحنا حقيقة
Mr. Craig, Dr. Craig. All of them, we have covered the framework and the designs. The initiative is to participate. All of them should participate in the KSA to prepare and relating these to five sectors. Your question about recruitment in the future, it is not directly. The initiative aims at a diagnostic one. Everybody can get in and evaluate and assess his own potentials. The other side is he can go and try to get some of what he is lacking and try again. There is a profile on the platform. We can benefit from the recruitment and even promotion in the future related to the vocational and occupational field. Thank you very much.
جاهز المهندس محمد؟
Are you ready, Engineer Muhammad, with the slides now? Yes. Sorry for the technical, but it happens now, we can say, a lot. We will tackle some of the topics. And we're talking about the objectives, expanding vocational training to provide the labor market needs, building a lifelong learning journey. The digital age now, work and skills context, there is a revolution, digital one, affecting all aspects of life. Coping with them is very essential now. These presentations aim to provide, so we're talking about digital economy. Throughout this, we will overview the connection between digital environment, labor market, skills and learning and development. So it's much easier now because it shows on the screen what he's aiming at. The changing nature of work and skills in the digital age, of course. Oh, he got back to the slide before. Slides again. We can notice here that the technological revolution is causing significant changes in the world of work and recruitment. Some of the jobs have been affected badly, dramatically, affected by the transformation. Others, have been found, new ones have been found according to the digital era and automation. We can, in the slide, you can see crazy slides. I'm sorry. Maybe no battery in the remote. Weak battery, dead battery. On the slide you can see now. The one before, please. Yes, this one. As you can see, the expectations for technologies relate then occupations and jobs between 2015 and 2018. There was a leap in the labor market for the emerging technologies in clouds, in data technology, AI, cybersecurity. According to the researchers, the jobs which need and demand those types of skills, soft skills, expected to the income would be much more. The business owners, they are keen to recruit those who have potentials and coping with the change. Of course. Flexibility in learning to cope with the changes. Next one, please. In a survey, the one before, please. There was a survey about some of the sectors to measure the effect of technology during COVID-19. It has been found that there was increasing demand, new jobs, remote, of course, allowed the owners of businesses to benefit from international experiences, enabling the workers to work from home. There are jobs that it's okay to work from home remotely. Next slide, please. These show the most important ones, the increasing, if we look at most of those to the left side are related to data. Okay, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, but the decreasing ones, new jobs. Sorry, financial engineers, those for transmission and transition, the digital ones. We need training programs. As for the second one, the red one, those decreasing ones, which do not need, most of it is routine. The robots can replace them, and technologies can replace them. Next one. Most important skills, specialized ones.
Cross-cutting skills.
Those ones, those who can be implemented and we can benefit from them in different areas. The importance of AI, they are supporting now and great demand on them. We notice that more specialized skills, the training should cover all that for the future. Next one, please. This shows us the graphs here showing the change of technology in KSA. We know that we are the second in the group of 20 for 2021 for competencies. The first table here shows the importance of technology and adopting it in so many fields. In the massive data, the Internet of Things, clouds, and cyber security, all these are very important, and it should be adopted and would be adopted from governmental and private sectors. The second table, we can see the most important jobs which have got greater demand now, related to emerging technologies, development of apps development, and transition in the digits field. The third one is related to the skills needed, development of those. It's worthy mention. It's not only technological ones, but even personal ones and soft skills and social ones. They should be considered when we are talking about the training programs. Next one. In our belief, when we want to build a strategy for training and development for the governmental and companies as well, we have to benefit from, as Dr. Abdullah mentioned before me, benefit from others. This is like a general umbrella for literacy and competencies, abilities. I can mention some of them is SOFIA, which is the Global Skills and Competency Framework for the digital work. ECF, Common European Framework. NICE, again, the Workforce Framework for Cybersecurity. And the another one is called Data Science, developing the skills. Most of these sectors, governmental and private ones, started to adopt these frameworks in the educational development. STC, the big company of communication here, they are rebuilding the frameworks and skeletons and relating them to skills and the resources, teaching resources and learning taken from the framework, international ones, global ones. And we have seen the impact of it and the effect of it, which is given us a privilege, competence for the organization or the individual. When we talk about the models, for training models, for the digital economy, it should be based on the demand for the labor. It should be covering all soft skills. It's important to be implemented, and guidance and coaching and mentoring, training while at work, and some of those in designing the training jobs is the AD framework. There are 5 steps, starting with the analytic, the needs, the labor market, change of technology, the reports, evaluation, assessment, and after that we start to design the framework. It should be related to, it should always be related to the educational and development process. There must be something online, something training while working, occupation, classes, ongoing classes. It should be crowned at the end with a certification, professional certification in the labor market, either local one or international one. Very important to take into consideration the application. We move to the development. Can you get back to the slide? You got 4 minutes, engineer. The development stage, we're talking about the content, the training content. There must be customization. There must be a process of feedback, improvement, continuing improvement. There must be the learner himself should benefit from all the experiences internationally and locally. Then implementation of the programs. We will continue with the training, virtual or face-to-face. Evaluation and assessment is no less important at all. So measurement of the impact and the effect of those programs to the organization. Let's go for the next one. The integrating the youth into that digital labor is related to the communication sector and individual skills, planning, communication, and this requires big and great training programs, flexibility, adaptation in these emerging and revolutionary labors, the strategic within the development of human resources. We believe that the flexibility of the learning and teaching and training is one of the most important skills which should be required and acquired by the individual to contribute efficiency in his future career and taking his nation up. It's ongoing learning. Thank you very much. Engineer Muhammad, thank you for this. On behalf of all our colleagues, we do extend our appreciation and thank you very much for everybody. Now we got 5 minutes for questions. If you have any question or any comment on, because we're running late, we're going late. It's 11:11 now. Thank you very much, Dr. Ali. I thank all the speakers for participation, the amount of knowledge and enrichment they have given us. I want Dr. Ali Al-Aklabi to comment on now. We noticed that the slow application of the virtual reality application in the educational sectors with the COVID-19. We started launching it, but yet we are still behind, much behind. How can you comment on this? So questions, any comments? Now we put all of them together now. All the questions and comments. Peace and blessings of Allah be upon you. Good morning, everybody. My question is for Dr. Ali Al-Aklabi. The disadvantages we are in the virtual teaching and training for the health reasons, psychological, behavioral. Sometimes the infrastructure is not available stronger enough, the virtual reality. Some countries even they don't have the very basics for training and teaching this way. My question is, do you think it is early enough to measure or assess this virtual teaching and learning compared to the outcome of the face-to-face? The second part of the question is there an example of a country or a community which applied this virtual process in training or teaching and it has proven complete success? We can refer to it as a big model for us and imitate it. Thank you very much. So those who are asking, could you please present yourself? Introduce yourself. Thank you, Dr. Ali, Dr. Abdurrahman Al-Muqbil for education and training, technical. My question is for Dr. Ali Al-Aklabi. Dr. Ali, you mentioned through your speech that the virtual one, and we know that KSA has provided the infrastructure for that, technical, to go with the leadership ambitions. Let me put the question briefly through what Dr. Ali showed. It was talking about the requirements of those identities which will make it available. Dr. Ali, can you comment on this? Give us, just shed some light. What are different sectors required to do? Thank you. So all the questions are for Dr. Ali. May Allah help him. Peace and blessings of Allah be upon you, all of you. My question is for Abdullah. It seems to me that there is some confusion between the certificates, skills, and the production of training and training in KSA. We have a curriculum here and then we have tests. There is some distortion in there. Is there any tendency and attention to unify all these which are really helping graduate the schools and the colleges and institutes for the curriculum and the tests and whatever we are aiming at for certificates and other papers, documents? I think there is some confusion and mixing up. We are supposed to be teaching in the universities and the institutes for training. It's clear. Your question is clear. Instead of repeating ourselves, it's clear. Your idea is clear. Any other questions or comments? So that's enough for the questions. Doctor, go ahead to answer. Peace be upon you. Abdullah Al-Khairi. I got two questions for Dr. Abdullah and the other for Engineer Muhammad. As for Dr. Abdullah, you said you have a challenge in measuring the skills, but I'm talking about the skill has got a time. If you are measuring a skill now, after 6 months, we might not need it. Is there an expire for a test? Somebody who already took the test 6 months ago, is there an expire date for that? As for Engineer Muhammad, you said that you have a good experience in the STC, the requirements for every job. Who has put all those requirements? Is it the heads of the sections or other companies specialized. Let's start with Dr. Ali to answer the questions. Go ahead, Dr. Ali. Can you hear me? I'll try to put the answer generally. The virtual reality, we said that it is an environment, advanced technological one, which is used now, and you have used all the emerging technologies. KSA, thanks God, we are not much behind, but it is not like expanding much in it. And it's not easy to build those labs because there are a variety of them. And I wanted very much that the foundation, the corporation, we wanted to write and sign agreements with not to build labs for all specialties, because I said that it's very hard, it's not easy, and it's part of the on-field training. Aramco is one of them, which we are proud of, the technological advanced one, and they have got their labs, and very costly, which has been prepared very accurately according to designs which I witnessed myself. We have the Ministry of Health, they have got those labs in the field, or the health field, in some fields. Some of the universities they got, but I don't know in detail about it. Like Al-Qura in Mecca, Noura University here, but are they very effective? I don't know, I'm not sure. The challenges which face us when we build those labs, some of them are the legalization, having instructions and rules in this field. Do we have limits? Ethics is what is forbidden, what's allowed in from the point of view of education or from religion basics. This should have researches and studies, expanding training in these fields. It's not showing a lot. Even leadership teaching, there are labs for that. Before you go and drive the car, you get into that virtual one. So there must be legalization, instructions, rules, encouraging the expansion, the infrastructure, the technological one, related to the Internet of Things and Internet in general, because you monitor and control all these topics in accuracy. The companies, the specialized ones in programming those labs and virtual ones, because they change every day. I don't want to take a longer time, but this is in general. I hope I have answered your question, most of your questions. Dr. Abdullah? As for the first question, it concludes or includes three skills and assessment. Whoever has the bachelor or MA, he has got special skills. He has graduated from such and such and such university. Does he have the same? It is what comes after graduation. So measuring the skills is essential. As for the initiatives, the international ones, some of the international ones, management, accounting, with the related sectors, whoever is carrying this, graduated from this, so his basic skills would be so and so and so and so, or supposed to be so and so. The other question related to the expired date for this, it is one of the things we're working on. Thank you for raising this point. The skills are not the same level. We start from basic to the advanced. Some of the jobs, they require simple ones, some of them medium ones, some of them advanced ones. This would help us for the skill, for the jobs. So we will help him assess his own level, the one who is seeking the job. And then after that, he would prove that he has got this potential and this competence, this skill. Thank you very much. Engineer Mohammed. A good question, and from my experience, if we build something of benefit, of value, the partnerships should be there. When we designed this, they were from the HR development specialists from business. When we started the framework and the requirements for the jobs, there were specialists in different fields to help us to link the competencies and potentials with the resources, learning resources and training resources. So we had those specialists. Thank you very much. We thank all the speakers, Dr. Craig from Australia. We thank you very much for all what you did and the way you presented it, introduced yourself, and I thank all those who raised the questions and comments. And after our prayer, we will start with the second session, which is 12:30 according to our timing here, about 1 hour from now, or 1 hour 5 minutes. Thank you very much, and I hope I tried my best to cover every word said in translation. Thank you.
This online. أي مكان ما في مشكلة. هذا رئيس الجلسة هنا صح؟ خلي هنا.
كذا تقدر تشوف. لا أنا كنت حاطها بالإنجليزي بعدين قالوا الحديث بالعربي لأنه نفس العرض تقريبا بقدم في دبي يكون نص نوفمبر. كنت بخلي حج وحاج. الخير الطيب يكون شكل كله. خلي والله لو يحطون الصيدة أظن الصيدة عند الأخ هذاك هناك. يا أستاذ يا ممكن بس تحطوا لنا صيدات نشوف مقروءة ولا لا؟ ممكن بس نبغى نشوف هل هو دكتور محمد خيري.
Is it yours? I'm sorry. It was.
ولد اللي فاتح المايك سكره.
Hello. Shall I start?
هل أبدأ؟
Or we'll have some introduction?
أم هو هنالك سوف يكون تقديم لي؟ المتحدثة تسأل.
Okay.
حسنا.
We can wait. So I will go back.
يمكنني أن أنتظر. سوف أعود مرة أخرى.
You will let me know. Yes.
هل سوف تخبرون عندما تريدين أن أبدأ؟
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests abroad also, the session is going to start. Kindly be seated. The session is going to start within less than 1 minute.
الحين اللقاء يا شباب يبدأ الساعة 12:30 ولا 1؟
Shall we start at 12:30 or 1?
الحين يبدأ دقائق يبدأ البرنامج. حتى تقدر تتابعنا عن طريقة تويتر البث المباشر.
Dear Director of Regions and Deans, there is some vacant places. You can kindly come over here and sit.
في أماكن فاضية في الأمام. الله يبيض
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of Allah, the merciful, the most compassionate. Welcome you all in the second session of this conference, which will address this access, the vocational and technical training and its relation to the sustainable development, which we are going to discuss the contribution of technical and vocational training to encourage innovation at the promising areas, in addition to developing training modules to enable youth to cope up with developments and the industrial revolution 4. We'll have a main session and keynote speaker to open this session. We'll have Dr. Professor Margaret Pavlova. She is Director of UNESCO UNIVOC for Vocational and Technical Training in Hong Kong. In addition, she is Associated Professor for the International Education at the University in Hong Kong. Dr. Pavlova, she is interested in education and vocational training policies, planning, curricula at the national and international levels, with great focus on sustainable development and required skills. She worked recently as consultant to the Singaporean Future Skills Organizations. Today, اليوم نرحب بالسيدة مارغريت بافلوفا، وهي مدير مركز يونيفوك في هونغ كونغ، وهي أستاذ مساعد في إدارة التعليم العالمي جامعة هونغ كونغ، وتركز على الأبحاث والتخطيط وتطوير المناهج في التدريب المهني على المستوى الوطني والمستوى العالمي. ولديها تشديد وتركيز على المهارات المتعلقة وتعليم التدريب المهني. مؤخرا كانت مستشارة لمهارات المستقبل في سنغافورة، وكالة سنغافورة لمهارات المستقبل في تدريب الشباب بافولفا. لديها نشرت كثير في مجال خبراتها، وحاليا تعمل كعضو مجلس إدارة في الهيئة الإدارية وأولا في المجال التقني والتدريب المهني والتدريب المتعلقة، وكذلك والمجالات الأخرى كذلك في منطقة آسيا الباسيفيك. ورحبوا معي بالدكتورة بافولفا لكي تحدثنا عن كلمتها الافتتاحية. The floor is yours, Dr. بافولفا. لديك 20 دقيقة. دعوني أن أعرض عليكم أو أعرض عليكم هذا العرض بحيث نبدأ. شكرا جزيلا على دعوتي لتقديم عرض في هذه الندوة، لأني أؤمن تماما أنها من أحد أهم المجالات الهامة التي يجب أن نتعامل معها. وبالتأكيد التنمية المستدامة تفسر في مختلف الطرق، مثلا على سبيل المثال، وأيضا هي أكثر ذات معنى أو معنى أكبر أوسع كثير، وتعتبرها الأمم المتحدة. اليوم الحديث اليوم سوف يكون على حسب المفاهيم التي تعتمدها الأمم المتحدة في طاقة التنمية المستدامة. هذه النقاط التي سوف أتحدث معكم عنها باختصار. هل تسمعونني؟ في تداخل بالأصوات. هل تسمعونني؟ نعم، واصلي. إذن بالتأكيد كل من هذه النقاط حول التدريب، سواء كان حول التدريب اليوم، لكن تحديدا سنتحدث بخلفية حول هذا الموضوع تماما. إن من 1980 كانت أجندة التنمية المستدامة كانت محور النقاش مختلف في الأعمال مختلفة أنحاء العالم. وفي 1900 الصوت اتقطع من المصدر، وكانت ذات أمور أساسية، وكان دعوة بالكثير من كل البلدان للعمل في ذلك الاتجاه. والآن ومنذ سبتمبر 2015 لدينا 23 أجندة أو لحد 57 هدفا بمجال التنمية المستدامة، وكثير من معظم البلدان وقعت على هذه الأجندة، بالتأكيد من ضمنها بلادكم. وأيضا في هذا العرض أتطلع إلى بعض وثائق السياسات من السعودية، وكذلك كما تعرفون لديكم الرؤية 2030، ومن المهم جدا من وجهة نظري أنكم تريدون تحققوا تنوع في الاقتصاد والنمو الاقتصادي، وكذلك الذي يحتاج إلى سوق العمل، وبالتأكيد كذلك الأمم مسؤولة. أتفهم أنكم تريدون أيضا أن تركزوا على بعض القطاعات في التنمية المستقبلية، ولم سأعرض عليكم بعض قطاع السياحة لتوضيح بعض النقاط. وأيضا وجدت هذا المشروع الذي يقام حاليا في بلدكم، هذا أمر هام، أنه هناك تركيز على الاقتصاد الأخضر وأنتم في المسار الصحيح، وكذلك فكرة الاقتصاد هو أساس الاقتصاد خالي من الكربون، تدوير الكربون. هذه من ضمن أهداف التنمية المستدامة. الموضوع اللي وضعته في أجندة الأمم المتحدة وما يتعلق بتنمية القدرات البشرية، لديكم برامج في هذا الجانب، وكذلك أيضا تركزون على التدريب المهني والمهارات واحتياجات سوق العمل. بالنسبة لي إذن هذا رحلة للتعلم هامة، وهنا عندما نتحدث عن مختلف أنواع المهارات سوف نرى بعض في كافة تلك المجالات، وتطلب المهارات الأساسية ومهارات المستقبل، وبالتأكيد الحاجة إلى احتياجات سوق العمل في هذا الجانب. أيضا ننظر إلى أهداف محددة، هناك أهداف محددة، ولكن بالتأكيد في هذه الوثيقة هنالك بعض أو نحاول أن نضع أهداف التي يمكن قياسها بسهولة. التحدث عن مثلا هذا الحديث عن التعليم في هذا المجال مهم جدا، بحيث نقيس كيف يجب أن نضعها في تطوير المناهج أيضا والسياسات الخاصة بذلك. وأيضا هنا أيضا التحديات التي لديكم، كيفية العمل على التعامل معها، وكذلك المهارات العملية وجودة المعلمين، وكذلك أيضا ما يتعلق بكيفية تحقيق جودة التعلم والتدريس. هذه كلها قضايا وأمور وجدت أنها موجودة في وثائقكم، وهذا يتعلق بما يحدث في مجالنا في آسيا والباسيفيك بالتأكيد أيضا، والأمثلة التي تعرض عليكم سوف تكون تنطبق أيضا على بلدكم أيضا. وهنا سوف أشير إلى 3 أفكار محددة. هنا التعريف بسيط، كما ترون الاقتصاد الأخضر، وهو تم تعريفه بأحد التي لديها أقل تأثير على البيئة، وكان أيضا شمولي وأقل كربونات أقل. كذلك تعزيز رأس المال البشري الأخضر، هذا أيضا من أحد المجالات. وتصل بعض الاقتراحات لوضع السياسات وهي الهامة بحيث نحقق إخضرار رأس المال البشري، وتتضمن التدريب ومهارات معينة، وكذلك المهارات اللازمة تتحدث عنها بالتفصيل اليوم. وكما ترون المهارات الخضراء، هذه المهارات التي تتعلق بالهياكل الاقتصادية المختلفة، وكذلك شروط العمل الملائمة والآخرين. التقدم المحرز حاليا في المملكة العربية السعودية، نظرت إلى هذه اللوحة لأرى أين بلدكم في الإقليم فيما يتعلق بتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة، وكذلك إذا نظرتم يمكنكم أن تروا أن كل بلد في المسار لنقطتين بما في ذلك السعودية. ولكن لدينا الإمارات العربية المتحدة لديها 5 أهداف في المسار، والبحرين والأردن 3 نقاط في المسار. وإذا نظرنا بصورة أكثر دقة في بلدكم نرى أنكم جيدين فيما يتعلق بالتعليم، فيما يتعلق بالطاقة، هنالك أيضا تقدم ملموس في اللون الأصفر كما ترون يذهب إلى الأعلى. وهنالك أيضا بعض المجالات التي حاليا يتعلق بالبيئة، مواضيع متعلقة بالبيئة، وكذلك مساواة الجندرية، مساواة الجنسانية. ويمكنكم أن تروا أنكم دون المعدل في الإقليم، وأن مكانكم رقم 98 من 161، وما زال مجال للتقدم والتطور. وامل ان يتم ويكون اليوم يكون تحفيز لبعض العمليات التي تقدم في هذا المجال. ونظرنا ايضا الى مختلف المصفوفات التي تقيس التنميه في مختلف القطاعات كما ترون، في جيد متعلق باجمالي الدخل القومي الوطني، كذلك الرفاهيه، وكذلك متعلق بجانب المؤشر الخاص بالبيئه في مجال التحسين بالتاكيد. فبالتالي دور التعليم التقني والفني اليوم لديكم عرض كان اليوم من اليونسكو، وبالتاكيد تحدثوا عن التعليم 2030 في الرؤية وكافة التفاصيل المتعلقة به. إذن هذه بعض الجديد بناء على الجهود السابقة التي قامت بها الأمم المتحدة المتعلقة بالتعليم، وكذلك التعليم من أجل الجميع وأهداف التعليم المتعلقة بالألفية. في هذه الأجندة لدينا تشديد على التدريب المهني في التدريب المهني، لأن هناك تركيز كذلك على التعليم الأولي. وكما ترون كافة تلك الأمور، التعليم المهني والتقني مهم لتنمية المهارات، وكذلك في مجال ريادة الأعمال، النمو الاقتصادي المستدام والاقتصاد الأخضر. وأيضا لدينا كافة هذه الأهداف، ولكن نحن في المسار الصحيح فيما يتعلق بأهداف التنمية المستدامة رقم 4. كذلك تعرفون هذه الأهداف والاستراتيجيات التي يمكن أن تساعد في تحقيق تحسين الوضع ودعم تنفيذ أو تطبيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة المتعلقة بالنمو إلى آخره. وأيضا هذا الكتاب الخاص باليونسكو، وهذا الجزء الذي مسؤول عنه اليونسكو، التعليم الفني والتقني. والآن لدينا أجندة تركز على 3 مجالات كما ترون هنا: أهمية الشباب والريادة الأعمال والمساواة الجنسانية، وكذلك التنمية الخضراء والمستدامة. كما ترون هذه مرتكزات على التنمية طلب التنمية المستدامة والذي ما نركز عليه اليوم. وبالتأكيد كذلك متعلق بالتغييرات في المناخ والاقتصاد الأخضر الذي يحدث وظائف جديدة. وهذه الأمرين مهم كما ذكرت. اليوم سنعطي أيضا حول هذه المواضيع، حول خطط الاستراتيجية الجديدة التي من 20 إلى 2021 والتنمية المستدامة تتعلق بالتغييرات أو الانتقال في هذه المجالات. هذا على مستوى السياسات، ولكن أعرضكم بعض وهنا كما ذكرت نركز على التنمية صناعة الفنادق مثل وسائل السياحة، وهذا ما حصلت عليه من البحث في هونغ كونغ. كما ترون هنا في المجالات التي يقومون بها في هذه المجالات داخليا وخارجيا، وما الذي يريدون يقومون به أكثر بصورة أكثر. وإذا نظرنا إلى هذه الأنشطة يمكنكم أن تروا وكذلك أيضا يمكن أن نرى ما هي نوع الأنشطة اللي يجب أن يتضمنها في تنمية المنهج الخاص بهذا الجانب في مجال السياحة والفندقة. وكذلك التنمية فيما أنا متأكد إذن أدرك أن هذا العرض سيكون موجود أيضا، يمكنكم أن نتشاركه معكم. ما هي المهارات المطلوبة؟ لديك 5 دقائق. حسنا، بناء على أبحاث في هذه المنطقة يمكن أن تروا في الأساس هي التوجهات الإيجابية، وكذلك المهارات الأخرى، وكذلك المهارات التي في المستوى الأعلى، والمهارات الخضراء في طلب الطاقة المتجددة. هنا كذلك بعض المتطلبات تطوير تلك المهارات. ذكرت كيف أن أنها تم تفسيرها، وأيضا تأسيس لوظائف جديدة عند من عبر برامج التدريب المهني والتقني. الصوت يتقطع من المصدر. عادة يمكن التعامل معها في عبر وكذلك أيضا المهارات الخضراء كما ذكرت المتعلقة بالتغييرات الأساسية اللي تتطلب المطلوب لكافة الوظائف. وهنا أيضا المهارات الخضراء التي يتم تطويرها في مؤسستنا وفي إقليمنا. وهنا يمكن أن تروا 3 مجالات يتم الاستدامة، والمفهوم الأساسي الذي حددناه الذي يجب التعامل معه في هذه المجالات الثلاث. على سبيل المثال النظر الاقتصاد التي والأولويات المقصودة لكم بالتنمية الاقتصادية موجودة هنا، وبالتالي أعددنا هذا الموقع، أنشأنا هذا الموقع للدعم ولإعداد المناهج فيما يتعلق ب وكذلك دراسات حالات من مختلف الصناعات لنعرض على التلاميذ أو ماذا يحدث في مختلف القطاعات، ونركز على فبالتالي هذا ما الذي نعني بتعالج التنمية المستدامة، ما هي المهارات الخضراء التي نطورها، وكذلك ما الذي يقوم به الطلبة فيما يتعلق بقدرات وكفايات الأساتذة. قمنا بعدد من الأبحاث وتوصلنا إلى الخلاصة إن هذا ما نحتاجه في إعداد المدرسين والبرامج الخاصة بإعدادهم، وكذلك أيضا أعددت كفاءات الخاصة بالمدرسين في التنمية في مجال التنمية الخضراء. ولدينا أمثلة أيضا يمكن يجب عليه خلال في الدراسة، وكذلك تدريبات الخاصة بالأساتذة والوحدات الخاصة بالتدريب وكلاس بناء على سواء كان في الفصول أو أونلاين. والأخرى أيضا نموذج خاص بالأبحاث الحقيقية والواقعية. إذن هذا في إقليمنا نقوم بهذا التدريب. حصلنا على تغذية راجعة، قمنا بأونلاين في إندونيسيا وشخصيا من المنطقة لأشخاص من درب المنطقة. هذه بعض النظريات المتعلقة بالنموذج الخاص بالتدريبات التي تقوم بها، وهذا النموذج الذي أعددناه. وهذه التغذية الراجعة حصلنا عليها من التدريب المهني، فبالتالي كيفية المقترحات للمادة قطبا في هذا المجال المتعلق بالسياسات والتدريب الاستراتيجي والتنمية وتقديم المهارات الخضراء لمعالجة مواضيع متعلقة بالتنمية المستدامة وتقديم المهارات المتعلقة بالوظائف وعلى المستوى المؤسسات. كذلك تم تصميم هذه مننا. إذا كان لديكم أسئلة، ما لو كان لديكم أسئلة على فترة الأسئلة يمكن أن أجيب عليكم. إذا لديكم أسئلة يمكن أجيب عليها. شكرا مارغريت على هذه الجلسة الهامة، وهي الموضوع المهم هو موضوع التنمية المستدامة. أدرك أن التنمية قيد الزمن هي فعلا تؤثر في توصيل الرسالة بأكملها، ولكن نحاول أن تغطية ما فاتنا في جلسة الأسئلة والأجوبة. Now the floor is open for Q&A session for this presentation. We have questions received from the participants now. 2 questions. First one. عندما تتحدثين مارغريت عن الإخضرار وأهداف التنمية المستدامة، تحدثت عن التركيز على الرؤية 2030. أيضا في إطار الرؤية 2030 لدينا تنمية رأس المال البشري، برنامج خاص تنمية رأس المال البشري، ويركز على إعداد قوى عاملة منافسة دوليا وحسب تجارب، بل يمكن نقوم بما يتعلق بالسياسات لتمكين صانع السياسات في مجال التنمية في مجال التدريب المهني والتقني لتطبيق استعداد البهارات اللازمة لهذا ذلك التغيير المطلوب. شكرا جزيلا للسؤال، لأن كأنك قرأت ما في ذهني، فبالتالي يتعلق عندما أتحدث عن بعض اضرار رأس المال البشري وصلت إلى عدد من السياسات. يمكن أن ترون هنا أيضا أن على مستوى السياسات
political willness and strategic vision, and then there are points that can be targeted. Also information on economic development and labor markets and skills, and also what points can be targeted. And then the other one, dissemination of information and mobilization of stakeholders. So basically, these are the suggestions that the message should go to the very top level of policy making and then spread through all levels into our institution and among societies. This is stakeholders engagement and sort of, for example, networks and partnerships established with the aim to encourage common reflection and coordination efforts towards greening Tibetan skills. So in summary, if we want to move in that direction, we really need to include these policy points or policy targets into our action, because otherwise it would be really difficult.
Thank you. Thank you. Another question from the audience is coming from the policy level to the implementation level. Can we transfer the experience of training programs that have implemented the greening efforts across the borders from one country to another? If so, how we can do that? If you have examples, would appreciate it.
Yeah, okay. Of course, it's a very huge question. I just want to share one example. At UNESCO, we developed this Greening Technical and Vocational Education and Training Practical Guide for Institutions. So we can start greening from two directions, from the bottom and from the top. So this one would help you to start greening from the bottom. And here I looked at the number of TVET institutions that you have in your country. So each of them could look through this guide and then really like stages and examples what can be done practically. And for the policy decision makers, I think it's also, this guide is also very useful. Also at some stage I wrote a guide how to train teachers and what should be included in these programs, also submitted to UNESCO, but it hasn't been published yet. So this is just in brief. And of course in our region we have many examples when we're training online. And as I mentioned, this Indonesian example, it was a PhD program for Tibet leaders across all Indonesia, and we delivered it over 2 months. Every week we're talking with the students, and then they provide the feedback. They also develop their own resources based on our framework. So yes, of course it is possible, but what is important is the will to change. So if you have the agents of change, then it will be possible to find a way.
Thank you, Margaret, for this talk, and we wish to witness together soon that change on the ground, inshallah. باسمكم جميعا نتقدم بالشكر إلى سعادة الدكتورة مارغريت بافولفا على هذا الحديث الشيق. سنتوقف لمدة 10 دقائق راحة ثم بعد ذلك نكمل الجلسات. Thank you, Bavolva, for Dr. Bavolva, for your talk, and we'll see you soon. Thank you. نستأذنكم في استئناف فعالية هذه الجلسة وهذا المحور. Okay. سيكون معنا في جلستنا أو في أولى المتحدثين السيد دروف باتيل، الرئيس التنفيذي والمؤسس لمجموعة نساي بالمملكة المتحدة، وهي التي تعتبر من الرواد في تقديم التعليم والتدريب المدمج، وتركز حقيقة على إتاحة التعليم والتدريب للجميع. قاد السيد باتيل توسعاً دولياً للمجموعة في 2019 نتج عنه تواجدها حالياً في معظم الدول الآسيوية: بروناي، الفلبين، فيتنام، بنغلاديش، ماليزيا، تايلاند، إندونيسيا واليابان، وتعنى بتقديم التعليم المدمج دون النظر إلى الحواجز التي تمنع ذلك. With us today to talk about the importance of professional certifications for the business sector, Mr. Dhruv Patel, the CEO and the founder of the Nasai Group. Nasai is the UK's longest running virtual learning organization providing blended learning, academic, workplace, and personal well-being courses. They provide a fully inclusive environment where learners, irrespective of their background, can access quality accredited education and training. In 2019, he led the group into an international expansion that resulted in its presence in Brunei, Bangladesh, Vietnam, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, Indonesia, and Japan. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Dhruv Patel to give his speech. Dhruv, the floor is yours. We have 10 minutes for the presentation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to share my screen. Okay. Right. Can you see this screen? Okay, so I'm going to talk about the future of the knowledge-based economy and the competency-based vocational training today. And just a little bit background, we have over 25 years of experience of delivering online education. We're one of a small number of organizations that are approved by Cambridge internationally. We work with NOCN right across the world on vocational skills. And we also have partnership with organizations such as UNESCO, IITE, especially for the SDG 2030 curriculum. And we are also working with UK Department of Education and are approved for supporting SEN learners and trainees. So, certification within the business sector. One of the challenges is that how can you identify skills and how can you prove that the person who's standing in front of you have got the right skills and make sure that they're capable of doing the job you are asking them to do. So integrity has to be based on quality and transparency. We should have very, very significant and very robust processes to ensure that the integrity of the certificate is very important because the businesses trust that certificate. We also need to look at how we can recognize tacit knowledge, which is one of the challenges which we are facing right across the globe, is the recognition of what is a formal and informal. And how do people who just because they don't have a certificate doesn't mean they don't have the tacit knowledge to do their job. So there's importance that we should recognize that. The credibility of certification must be based on evidence-based learning. You cannot, vocational skills and technical and vocational skills are very much evidence-based learning. It has to show, and it is much more appropriate. The appropriate of the qualification is very important. You know, you must have routes of progression because you can start at a low level and you can move forward. And also, it's a way of updating your skills as you go along the track. Relevancy, again, very important. Personal development resulting in employee loyalty. Again, I've seen in organizations where people come out from universities or come out from technical colleges, but they do not really move forward because they don't see. Vocational sector should be like what I would call lifetime learning. So you need to make sure they're upskilling all the time. And also we should make sure if they're getting the right certification, the upskilling of employees can result in employee retention and subsequent reduction in recruitment costs. So certification in the business sector is very important. What I'd like to talk about is the competencies and knowledge-based markets. A knowledge-based economy is defined as an economy that is capable of knowledge production and dissemination and use. The knowledge, whether it's based on theoretical or practical, is very, very important. Competency-based training refers to learning models where students must demonstrate a required level of knowledge, skill, and competencies on a task prior to advancing to the next task. That's important. Competency takes knowledge to the next level of putting it into practice. Our programs, the ESI programs, are both the knowledge and the competencies, providing pathways beyond training, because today we do not know what the skills will be required for the 10, 15 years time. So you need to ensure that you have developed this person to improve and to make sure it goes on and on with them. Skills to not only complete the task, but also provide confidence to implement and adapt to a changing market. That's going to be very critical as we go in the next few years. So what can private sectors do to ensure a resilient TVET system that continues to produce a skilled workforce for the post-pandemic labor market? There are lots of areas to address, but what I can highlight some of them. Learning and skills lost due to pandemic. There was a huge research being done on the loss of learning due to the pandemic, and I think we will see the effects of it over the next few years coming through, both from the younger generation, younger students to older students. Risk to quality by accelerated learning. You know, so people want to do quicker, but have they got the foundations to do it properly? Underutilized staff due to lack of skills. Gaps in knowledge and skills leading to gaps in the market. And that's something which is happening everywhere, even in the UK. We are starting to see gaps in the market and skills not meeting the needs of what the labor market requirements are. Possible focus on practical skills rather than soft skills. Soft skills are very, very important. People just to go for hard skills, but soft skills, the human side of things, needs to also be brought into it. And reduction in skilled personnel due to displacement of human capital. We're seeing that everywhere, whether people move around, whether through commercial or, you know, for various reasons, they, you know, war or climate change, we shall see that personnel displacement. What can private sectors do to ensure resilient TVET system that produces and continues to produce a skilled workforce for post-lab management? Global markets require global language. A focus on improving English levels at functional level would be very important, very critical. Theoretical training needs to be carried out, but using online systems that can start the learning earlier. You can do it while you're in the workplace. Upskilling existing staff creates loyalty. Quality assessments. Identify the knowledge and skills gap. It's important that we do that. And training and development of staff to provide skills in upskilling their own teams. It's just not one level. We need to go right to the ecosystem to train everybody in the organizations. Development competencies of soft skills I mentioned, and employee retention creates stability and consistency as such.
We have 5 minutes.
Okay. Global market requires global, sorry, let's just, okay, so that is vocational training. So we have digital skills, level 1, 2, 3, functional skills, level 1 to 2, functional maths, All this is part of the vocational program which one needs to address to. Considering the disparity, acceleration of digitalization on its own will not ensure quality TVET. We need to have a framework which works with it. Content, delivery method, and support alongside digitalization will create impact. Community has a part to play, knowledge, facilities, and expertise. What we should use the technology to not only use it for teaching, but also looking at how we can deliver to small communities. The community which lives on the seaside will not have the same requirements which may be in a city. So we have to look at how we can provide the needs of the local people and local businesses. Use of digital badges or micro-digitals like with NISA is to look at recognition of tacit and implicit knowledge. Prior learning, additional skills, we need to evidence towards assessment. With more people accessing training through technology, more focus will be applied as a priority for improving infrastructure. Making education and training accessible to everybody, not to some, but to everybody. Supporting the process for not the individual. Upskilling staff members, train the trainer, assessor, verifier. Again, it's not only about just training a trainer, we need to have assessors and independent verifiers. And extend the learning beyond the workplace. Offer English is one thing, but again, management training, supervisory training, it's got to go a continuous training all the way through. Online and blended approach should be brought into the whole delivery module. Online delivery should be transparent, recordable, and quality assessed. Theoretical learning accessible during local and national lockdowns, and robust assessment tools to identify gaps in knowledge and soft skills. The transparent and progress of attainment is very, very important, not only just for the person, but also for the institution who's doing that, so they can make sure they can achieve the objectives which are set down. With that, I'd like to thank you very much for your time, and I hope you found this presentation interesting, and I'll take so many questions you might have now.
Thank you. Thank you for the informative talk. After your permission, we'll defer the questions and answers to the end of the 4 talks so we can fully answer all of them together.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. حقيقة المتحدث السابق بدأ حديثه عن أهمية أن يكون هناك ثقة وتوكيد لأعمال الجودة والشهادات والمؤهلات الممنوحة. ومتحدثنا التالي سعادة الدكتور خالد الشهراني سيتحدث عن دور الاعتماد في تطوير منظومة التدريب. الدكتور خالد الشهراني يعمل الآن مديراً عاماً للمركب الوطني لجودة التدريب بالمركز الوطني لتقويم واعتماد التدريب بهيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب في المملكة العربية السعودية. عمل قبل ذلك أستاذاً مساعداً بكلية الجبيل الصناعية ومديراً لمعهد اللغة الإنجليزية التابع للهيئة الملكية بالجبيل، كما عمل مديراً للمباراة الإثرائية بجامعة الملك عبد الله للعلوم والتقنية، وأستاذاً مساعداً زائراً بكلية التعليم الإلكتروني بجامعة حمدان بن محمد الذكية. حصل على درجة الدكتوراه في التعليم الإلكتروني من جامعة موناش ودرجة الماجستير في طرق تدريس اللغة الإنجليزية من جامعة كوينزلاند. شاركوني في الترحيب بسعادة الدكتور خالد الشهراني لتقديم حديثه عن دور الاعتماد في تطوير منظومة التدريب. معنا 15 دقيقة دكتور، تفضل.
شكرا دكتور. شكرا دكتور. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله ظاهرتكم بكل خير. طيب، الله يعطيك العافية دكتور. حقيقة يعني سمعنا في الجلسة الصباحية وفي مقدمة هذه الجلسة حديث جميل عن أهمية التدريب المهني والتقني في الاقتصاد وفي تطوير الكفاءات، ومثل ما ذكر الدكتور حديث عن تأكيد الجودة في ذلك. فخلال 10 دقائق إن شاء الله القادمة راح أتكلم لكم عن الجودة والاعتماد والدور اللي ممكن يلعبه الاعتماد في رفع جودة قطاع التدريب. أولاً راح نتحدث بشكل سريع أو راح نؤكد على أهمية التدريب التقني والمهني في مهارات المستقبل اللي أشار لها زميل في الفترة الصباحية وأشار لها يعني بعض المتحدثين، ثم راح نتكلم بشكل سريع على المهارات الأكثر طلبا أو مهارات المستقبل، ثم نبدأ إن شاء الله في الحديث عن الجودة وعن الاعتماد والقيمة المضافة من الاعتماد ودور هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب اللي ممكن تلعبها في هذا الدور. لو تشوفون الشكل اللي أمامكم حقيقة، يعني لو نبدأ بمهارات أو المسارات المهنية، وخلوني لو أسأل سؤال الآن: كم واحد منا غير مساره المهني في 10-15 سنة الأخيرة؟ ربما راح نجد يعني عدد 2-3 أكثر أقل. أنا شخصيا يمكن الدكتور محمد ذكر في التقديم أنه انتقلت من جهة لجهة، فهذا شيء طبيعي، وهذا أصبح واقع سوق العمل الآن. ولو نعود إلى أسباب هذه التنقلات وهذه المسارات المتعددة ستجدون أسبابها اقتصادية بسبب دور التقنية التي تلعبها الآن في الوظائف. صار هناك خيارات أكثر، صار هناك مهارات متجددة. التقنية ومثل ما شفتوا في يعني السنة الماضية خلال فترة كورونا، يعني تقريبا ما في مهنة أو وظيفة معينة سلمت من دور التكنولوجيا. طبعا هذا الجانب الاقتصادي. الجانب الثاني مثل ما أنتم عارفين الآن ما يسمى بالجنزي أو جيل ما بعد الألفية. ولو يعني بس نستذكر ترى طلابنا الآن اللي في الجامعات وفي معاهد وكليات التدريب المهني والتقني تراهم من مواليد 2003 و2002. فهذا الجيل أو جيل ما بعد الألفية يتعلم ويتدرب ويتواصل بشكل مختلف، فهذا يعني شيء واقع جديد. وهنا نؤكد على دور التدريب المهني في ذلك الواقع الجديد قيادة له، وأيضا يتأثر ويؤثر طبعا في هذا الواقع الجديد. ظهر عندنا ما يسمى بالمؤهلات القصيرة، المايكرو كريدنشلز، اللي ذكرها السيد بتيل في المتحدث الأخير. ظهر عندنا كذلك أو التأكيد على الكومبتنسي بيس تريننج والتدريب المبني على الجدارات التي يمكن نقلها حتى بعد تغير الواقع إلى واقع جديد. فهذه كلها حقيقة يعني واقع جديد يجب أن يؤثر فيه التدريب، وكذلك التدريب يتأثر به كذلك. لما نتحدث عن الواقع الجديد ومهارات المستقبل، وربما أنتم شفتوا قوائم عدة في بعض المتحدثين، أعتقد أكثر من متحدث عرضوا المهارات الأكثر طلباً أو مهارات المستقبل. لها أسماء متعددة ولكنها تدور حول مهارات التفكير العليا، بمعنى المهارات اليدوية أصبح الطلب عليها قليل، والمهارات التي تتطلب مستوى عالي من المهارات والتفكير والتحليل وحل المشكلات، وبلا شك استخدام التقنية وتطويع التقنية والتحكم فيها، هذه هي المهارات الأكثر طلباً، التي وإن تعددت أشكالها وإن تغيرت أسماءها ولكنها تدور حول نفس الموضوع، أن الواقع يتغير، التخصصات التقنية المحددة تتغير، ولكن المهارات العليا ومهارات التفكير العليا تبقى هي المهمة، وهي التي يمكن نقلها سواء كان العمل عن بعد أو سواء كان العمل في جانب معين اقتصادي أو انتقال لجانب آخر معين. فهناك نجد أشخاص انتقلوا من مجال الاقتصادي إلى مجال اقتصادي واحد لأنهم يملكون المهارات في حل المشكلات، في التفكير، في استخدام التقنية، في الذكاء العاطفي، في التفكير النقدي. وهذه حقيقة نؤكد على أنها مهمة جدا تطويرها وتعزيزها في التعليم التقني والمهني والتعليم بشكل عام. وربما يمكن معلومة أخيرة أضيفها، اللي هو التطور التقني اللي يعني نعيشه. هناك إحصائية تقول أنه خلال 2025 سوف تشاركنا الآلة في وظائفنا، فهناك 50% من الوظائف نقوم بها بطريقتنا كبشر، و50% من الوظائف تقوم بها الآلة. فهذه حقيقة تحتاج مهارات competencies مناسبة يمكن نقلها حتى بعد يعني 25 وما بعد ذلك. الآن لو ندخل في موضوع الجودة، الشريحة هذه، شكرا، موضوع الجودة والاعتماد. وهنا يبدأ الحديث صراحة عن تأكيد الجودة اللي ذكروه الزملاء، واللي ربما هو محور هذا الحديث، هو الجودة حقيقة في سلسلة القيمة كاملة. فلا نتكلم عن جودة في منهج، ولا جودة في برنامج، ولا جودة مثلا في خدمات إلكترونية، ولكن جودة في كامل سلسلة القيمة، بمعنى جودة في المؤهل، جودة في التدريب بكافة عناصره، جودة في التوظيف وجودة في المخرجات. لما أتكلم عن المؤهلات ممكن ذكر السيد بتيل أنه بناء المؤهلات التي لها علاقة مباشرة بسوق العمل، وكذلك مؤهلات يمكن قياسها وممكن قياس البروجريشن فيها بحيث أنه ينتقل المتدرب من مستوى إلى مستوى. الجودة هنا تعني الارتباط بسوق العمل، إمكانية القياس، إمكانية التحديث وعلاقتها. الجودة في التدريب، وعندما نتحدث عن التدريب نتحدث عن البرامج التدريبية، نتحدث عن خدمات المتدربين، نتحدث عن المدربين أنفسهم، نتحدث عن سياسات القبول، سياسات التقييم، تحصيل المتدربين. هذه كلها جودة، والاعتماد يلعب دور مهم جدا هنا، وراح ممكن نطلع عليه في شريحة قادمة بأي طريقة، كيف أن بعض المعايير سواء معيار واحد أو أكثر يقيس ويؤكد على الجودة في أحد أو كل المناطق هذه بحسب يعني محتوى المعيار نفسه. لما نتكلم عن الجودة في التوظيف، والتوظيف ربما جهات التوظيف راح تسمعونها صراحة في أكثر من مكان، التوظيف دائما يتكرر، سوق العمل دائما سمعناه يمكن من الصباح إلى الآن عد مرات كثيرة، لأنه التدريب مثل ما أنتم
You know that it depends on the demand of the labor market. That's the difference between university teaching and vocational one. So it is related to the demand of the labor market, the outcomes, developing its tools. So we are talking about the relationship, updating, partnership of all entities in assessment of the programs and in all parts of the training from the very beginning. Now we are talking about the graduates. This is a very important part. This is one of the outcomes of training. There should be assessment for the graduates for the labor market. This accreditation would put emphasis on this side. When we move to this slide, we're talking about the added value of the accreditation, a strategic view. This question is usually raised whenever what is the added value? To answer this question, we can answer in two ways, on two levels. The first one is strategic, and as you can see, or directly the coming slide. As for the strategic one, we talked about the vision of the human resources. The greatest value is of accreditation is related directly with that program. When we talk now about the center, the national center, we talk about three goals: improving the order of those institutions, the alignment between the outcome and the labor demand, and the added value of for those who get expanding the vocational training for the labor market. When we look at these 8 points, as you can see on the slide, you will see contribution in the quality, raising the quality. All these are help achieving, those are helping to achieve the quality on all levels, the labor market. These are all goals, the 8 points, which there is partnership between the foundation and others. This is the strategic one and the added value. When we talk about the level of more specific, direct, for the added value from the accreditation. As for the training institution, we're talking about 4. The first one is, monitoring the quality of qualifications, quality of the training place. This is the added value for the institution when they get the accreditation. This is what is added. When I talk about The first point, certificates. We have to link it to the labor market and flexibility of these certificates in covering and dealing with all types of certification, even the short ones in the medium sized one, and this is a high added value which is present, and the accreditation wouldn't add much, but they confirm and affirm the presence of it, and the experts here. And so the accreditation here for the institution training, which would affect the training, is to monitor the quality. It should be serving and helping the economy. When I talk about to raise and improve them to that level, we are talking about a minimum level and degree. When we talk about this Masar, we are working with all sectors of training. We found some of them high quality, and we found that on the opposite, some of them they have got, it's not what we are expecting. So the added value from accreditation is to find that minimum level on the short run and the medium run. So no institute should go below this level. So we should have at least the least of it. One more thing is to measure the performance, or assess the performance. One of the challenges now is the weakness of the quality within the institute, and this is the added value which would be given to from an independent sector. Some of them are practicing or having performance and practice policies, but it's not up to the level that the owner of that place is aiming at or ambitious to achieve. So the added value here would measure the performance and will give the place a true and a real and independent performance level. Now, the outcome of training and education at the end of the day, we are measuring it. If they are not good, if they are not valuable, if they are not quality ones, it won't work. Partnership with the recruitment areas here, we put emphasis here that the accreditation would measure that, making sure that there are inputs of those recruitment companies and in during the training stage or developing the curricula and programs. Look at this. What are the criteria of accreditation in more detail? How can we make sure of this? We developed those criteria, local and even depending on or considering the international ones. There are 8 ones. Of course, we are updating them. We got under it a branchy or sub 37, and they're all measuring specific parts or sites. We have partnership with qualifying and rehabilitation of the programs. If these are individual or collectively, they measure the different sides of the quality of it, arbitration. It can help the training institute to manage and use this sustainability for financial and the performance in all directions. So I don't want to get into the fine details. The time is not allowed, and we can give it to those institutions in 2 hours, but this is a quick look at the criteria which is implemented by the center in the training. The last one The last slide is the role played by our institute, our authority. You can see every training institution from what you can see in front of you. Arbitration, funding, human resources, policy makers, and in the middle, the role played by this authority to make sure of the quality with the specialized entities and working directly with other training institutions. And I finish this with the role played by the accreditation, waiting for your questions. Thank you, Dr. Khalid, for this and for sticking to the time. Thank you. As I said, the question and answers at the end. Dr. Khalid Shahrani قدم في كلامه عن جودة المنهج. دكتور إيان بيرد له خبير في هذا المجال. بيرد هو مدير كما ذكرنا في أبو ظبي. لديه خبرة عالية في 20 عاما في البحث لأصحاب العمل.
Based currently in United Arab Emirates, he has participated with the Ministry of Education on visits to Singapore, Japan, and the United Kingdom to identify how different economies are adapting to the challenges posed by the Fourth Industrial Revolution and the ever-widening skill gaps faced by employers. He has a PhD degree in manufacturing in microprocessor controlled power electronics. That's the core of TVET, from Swansea University in 1993 and an MBA from Portsmouth University in 1999. ضيفنا ومتحدثنا الحالي سعادة الدكتور إيان بيرد له خبرة ممتدة لأكثر من 20 عاما في بحث السبل المبتكرة لموائمة التعليم والتدريب مع احتياجات سوق العمل ومهارات المستقبل. يعمل حاليا مع حكومة الإمارات العربية المتحدة لتحديد كيفية التعامل أو كيف تتعامل العديد من الاقتصاديات العالمية مع متطلبات الثورة الصناعية الرابعة وما فرزته من اتساع مستمر في الفجوة بين العرض والطلب في المهارات. عمل السيد إيان في منطقة الشرق الأوسط للسنوات التسع الماضية في مناصب قيادية ساهم من خلالها إلى تطبيق مبتكر لمناهج تعليمية وتدريبية تركز على إكساب المتعلمين والمتدربين المهارات اللازمة لردم الفجوة بين العرض والطلب. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ian Bird to give his talk. Dr. Ian, we have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm very pleased to be able to present to you from Abu Dhabi. I work for a government entity, which is the Abu Dhabi Vocational Education and Training Institute, and essentially I'm discussing the modern global experiences for developing training curricula. I will also discuss what we've experienced here in the UAE and also try to provide a reflection for Saudi Arabia, as I know the situation will be similar and the challenges will be the same that we have to overcome collectively together. So what I really need to talk about is really the qualification development and the qualification delivery, as these two are really interconnected and we cannot split them. And for the discussion, I'm going to be looking at competency-based qualifications. What is the qualification development cycle that we've implemented here in UAE, and how that informs our delivery of the national qualification, and most importantly, how we've embedded the quality assurance in everything that we sort of undertake here. So what we wanted to do at the very beginning was to understand that if everybody is saying TVET, vocational skills, is the key to unlocking youth unemployment, actually, do we have the right key? Because there are many things that are now under TVET. And what we wanted to look at is actually what do we need to achieve here in the UAE and how best to implement a sustainable strategy that will allow Emirates RT nationals to get the skills required for employment. And that's really what we looked at, is less about the qualification structure, more about the skills and the employment as the output of the training. I think everybody is aware that at the moment around the world, there's a lot of people who are exceptionally well educated but are unable to get employment. It's because they haven't got the appropriate skills for the functions. So that's also what we looked at and how we sort of addressed. So here in the UAE, we do have a national qualification agenda, and actually what we found is that some universities are also adopting national qualifications. So this means that the traditional differentiation that we had is now reduced. Actually, this is very, very important because we know employers actually want the two components of both what the traditional university education was and what is traditional TVET. So they want the practical skills and also the cognitive skills that come from a higher level of education. And really that's what the whole focus of what we're trying to do is to look at the employment and try to define what the functional skills and the cognitive aptitude needs to be. But to do this, we began with trying to build a model of what the skills of the future will look like. So in every model that we looked at, the functional competencies are common. And then there's many different definitions for the other components, but you will recognize most of them. We all talk about lifelong learning. This is very important because particularly in the current era, the skills are going out very, very quickly. So people even in employment need to be able to learn how to learn new skills. Computer skills is obviously a key component of the fourth industrial revolution, as that links everything together. And then we've introduced the cognitive skills, which is the problem solving and the ability to apply what you already know to different environments and different situations. And then obviously it's very important that all people have the social skills, because ultimately they're going to be part of a workforce and they're going to be contributing to the social economic growth of a country. Then we have to look at how do we bridge the skills gap. Well, part of what we need to do is identify what the skills gap is. So that brings us back to what we say is becoming employer focused in everything that we do. So once we're employer focused, then we can look at the different pedagogical models of how to deliver things. And for us, we have pilot studies ongoing at the moment. We have apprenticeship models, we have hybrid learning, and we have online learning. And some of these are successful, others are less so. So we've got this continual review and improvement model in place at the moment. So what about the fourth industrial revolution? Well, what's important for us all is current jobs are being lost. We know this, we've spoken about this for many years. So this gives educational organizations a major challenge. So what do we have to do for the future? Well, we have to really look forward and try to develop qualifications and training curriculum that will meet the future skills and the future job opportunities. So how do we do that? Well, partly we have to ensure that learners are equipped for for continually updating their skills so that they don't go out of fashion. We have to ensure that the skill gap doesn't widen. So we have to really identify what is that skill gap and what we're trying to address. And then we also need to do everything around employment-based functionality. Because actually the output of what we want is for our learners to go into business and secure employment and actually contribute to the growth of those companies that they actually join. And then as part of the lifelong learning, be able to come back and tap in to new skills to allow them to progress on their career development. So applying this then in terms of Saudi Arabia and why we see a lot of synergies. We know that in Saudi Arabia, and having worked there for many years, you're very progressive in your outlook and what you're trying to do. And you've embraced the diversification strategy. And you are driving this change because the youth of today are your leaders and your social economic growth engines of tomorrow. Now, the big challenge that we all have is this diversification, certainly across the Middle East, is this engagement of private sector employment. To achieve this, we need to have government intervention and support, because we need to have a platform, certainly for the apprenticeship models, that support companies to take on people while they're developing the required skills to be able to operate and perform as a function of a fully employed person. So I know in Saudi Arabia, the TBTC is doing an awful lot on this area. And I think some of the work that we're doing can be reflected back against the work that is happening now in the country. But we wanted to start the whole process by looking at the qualification development. And as I mentioned, it was very important for us that we tried to identify what the skill gap was and what these functional roles that we want people to take on. When we looked at the existing curricula, particularly university curriculum, we found it very generic, and actually people became what is known as a jack of all trades, master of none. So we changed our approach on that, and actually we started making our units bigger to allow more time for development of the learners in those skills.
We have 5 minutes.
Then looked at how can we categorize some of the learning outcomes so we can make these unit specifications that will actually form the qualification. Because once we have the full qualification specification and we have options and choices for learners within that, we then wanted to reverse the process, because actually we want to go back to the point where we started, which is that functional job role. And we also really want to address the quality assurance. We then looked at what is curriculum, what is the learner journey, what will they cover, which is actually going to be bigger and wider than just the qualification. And actually that allows us another level of flexibility and adaptability to meet future employers' needs using existing qualifications. So we can have a base and then just keep topping up as and when things begin to change. We also then really focused in on this part. Though we say teaching and learning, we actually flipped this. We started looking at what learning is actually occurring. And what we realized that actually a lot of the teaching was insufficient. And that was because a lot of the teaching was traditional. So we needed to change that in terms of our pedagogical delivery.
We have 5 minutes.
As has been mentioned previously, TVET around the world suffers with poor reputations. So we wanted to build in quality assurance so that when a graduate does graduate in a qualification, the employer knows that they can do the function for them. And I'll talk about that as well. For the first part, and this is at government level here in the UAE, and we set up recognised national development committees. And this allows us a mechanism to engage with industry. But actually, when we engage with industry, we have to be careful that we're actually speaking about the right things to them. And we really wanted to categorize what these functional skills were being for the job. So we split it into terms of, we'll have industrial representatives, and then we'll define for them what we want them to actually do, and how they will engage with us. So they're going to be responsible for defining the functional skill, because actually they know their business and what's required better than anybody else, which then allowed for us to have the educationalists to focus on translating those into the qualification learning outcomes. And then by closing the loop between the two, we will know that if we deliver the learning outcomes, that will also meet the functional requirements.
We have 2 minutes, Siam, for your conclusion remarks.
Okay, so very quickly then, so what we also wanted to do was link this to international occupations. So we did use the international standard classifications, which was very important. And then we wanted to focus in on the type of learning. So we chose the methodology of apply, not just acquire knowledge or explain. So this actually translated then into our cycle for the unit specification, because we also built in both the formative and summative assessments that we wanted to do. So quickly to move on, we end up with learning outcomes and performance criteria. And then going back, we can now look at things like the curriculum, which is looking at international research. And this won't surprise anybody, but then having lecture-based is very ineffective, whilst also understanding the pedagogy is actually very complex for TVET. And this has actually been published by people from the United Kingdom who have actually begun to look at this as a very important area. We also wanted to go out and understand how other countries address these problems. So that's where our case study review came in. And then that allowed us to build a pedagogical DNA that we wanted to implement. So as part of our own approach, we wanted to bring back in the things that we've already spoken about, and then actually combine and embed functional knowledge in the practical skill. And that's where we came up with the project-based methodology of what we're doing. And we can use these as a series of modules in our curriculum delivery. And the reason for that being important is when we come to look at the teaching and the learning and the approach that we want to do. Because we need to look at how to use formative assessments. The learner is on the journey. And certainly now in the United Kingdom, they're using a lot more endpoint assessment. And also at a recent conference in Paris, they were talking about endpoint and assessing at the end of a learner journey, because that's when the skills are actually embedded. And then we wanted to look at the summative assessments and how we can make them robust and transparent. So just to quickly finish off, I am aware the time is very short. We wanted to use less examination, more of the alternative methodology of observation, product evidence, assignments, learner and reflection, professional discussion, and most importantly, and this is very true for apprenticeships, expert witnesses. Yeah, because we want to go back and on the delivery model, and the apprenticeship is really ideal for this, is the OJT, on-the-job training, but use the experts in those companies to help us validate that learners have met the standards. So finally, to address the points on the quality assurance and not to become too bureaucratic, we've developed an internal quality assurance system that wraps around every part of the process. And now this is open to external validation. So we can actually have external quality assurance working with the internal quality assurance at any point throughout the delivery. So this allows for more of a consultative and developmental approach. So if things are spotted and not being quite right, then the external quality assurance can raise issues and then measures can be put in place to implement it. In the same way that if internally we see things are not quite working, we can then look to change some of these things. So this is now back to a continuous cycle of development. So I'm sorry about rushing towards the end, but I am conscious of the time, and I'd be happy to explore and provide more examples of the work that we're doing at the moment in the UAE.
Thank you again for the informative speech and talk. The presentation is rich and things to be considered, and I'm sure that much more will be needed in the Q&A session to be elaborated on as an expert in the field. السيد أيان تكلم في حديثه عن الثورة الصناعية الرابعة، ومؤتمرنا لهذا العام يتكلم ومحوره الأساسي
Our conference is talking about sustainable development. Our guest for the final one is Dr. Eid Al-Hajri from Al-Jubail, who will talk about transmission of vocational training. Dr. Eid, he is an assistant professor, 22 years experience in the petrochemicals and gas. Before he joined training, he got a PhD from UK, concentration on AI, MA from security of operations, and Bordeaux in America, Bordeaux University. He has got lots of experiences in petrochemical companies like SABIC and Aramco. Dr. Eid comes to give us the essence of his experience to how to work for sustainable development. 15 minutes for you. Peace and blessings of Allah be upon all of you. We will talk today about the fourth industrial. We got different axes. We'll talk about before this revolution, what was before it and what is after it, and what are the technologies and the outcomes on the economic and the response of the institutes for this in the industrial sector or service one or even training and teaching. We're talking about the new technology expected, its effect, its impact on education and the jobs, the decreasing or the disappearance of some of the jobs. The fourth one, there were three different ones.
The first industrial revolution created great transformation on dependency on the energy, and the steam machine turned, improved, and we have very great growth in the industry. It started as of 18th all the way till 19th century. The second IR, electricity, by end of 19th century, started that time till the beginning of 20th century. So it opens new doors before new inventions. One of the major developments in the second IR is the engine, which created revolution, and then petrol became as a major source, oil became a major source of energy. So contributed to development by the end of the 19th century and beginning of 20th century. And the IR3, we have the which has paved the way for the fourth IR. In this IR4, we have the use of computers and the automation and the use of data, etc. which paved the way for the IR4. The IR4 was launched in Davos conference following the great achievements by the third revolution. And the reason behind of the significance of this IR4, first reason is that the widespread and great impact on many areas, industrial, being or services, societal, and some other areas. There's so many of technologies that have emerged through this IR4, including the IR and the cloud, storing, cyber security, etc., and digital twinning. We talk about the Internet of Things, IT, and Internet of Everything, and the industrial Internet of Things. And in fact, this has created great leap or transformation in the industry world at many different sectors: health, services, transportation, at many different areas. On the industrial area, this was great transformation point. Many old labs, the development so having the IT, Internet of Things, for the machineries and different factories has created simplified of the conveying the knowledge to the control room and control it, or to data collection, so taking the required action accordingly. The iClouding, computer clouding, this small and medium companies enable them to enter the IR4 considering the easiness of use of softwares or application, data or whatever from different parties. So it served them a lot in using and applications of the IR4. The artificial intelligence and automated learning, one of the most important technologies, which has invaded different fields, either in the medical sector or vehicles, in fact, manufacturing, industrial areas. We have about three, in fact, types of artificial intelligence, so as deep learning or machine learning or reinforcement learning, and it has many different uses. So we're talking about the cyber security when we are talking about this technology. So this security became very important, especially in the industry and the factories at different areas. So such technology we should not ignore, should receive our full attention. Digital twinning or twin is when we speak about the IR, industrial, petrochemicals, oil or gas or some other areas. This digital twinning became one of the very important technologies in serving the advancement and development in the factories. This helps us a lot to understand the state of equipments or machineries with very small by just receiving data and simulation. And the difference between this normal simulation is that such technology speaks about the status quo of the equipments or processes. Therefore, improvement will be continuous and on time, and development on according to the latest technology in this area. 5 minutes, Doctor, you have. The IR4 will, of course, impact the education and training. One of these consequences is that the IR4, when we speak about, when we mean continuous education, continuous training, we cannot cover that through available specialties or future ones. That is why 35% of current jobs are going to disappear in the coming 5 years globally because of this technology. It doesn't mean that there is some shortage in jobs, but will create new jobs, in fact. And training and for vocational training is very important to achieve these goals. This is one of the studies that some jobs are going to disappear and new jobs will emerge. Some figures and statistics say that the industry focus, they will focus on increase the productivity and quality. This is very important, of course. This should be taken into account whether we like it or not. The IR4 is coming because it determines the competition and the quality and how to conquer the market. This is also, of course, the same. As you can see here, it's speaking about some technical skills, but we don't know what are the technical skills needed in the future. This is a great challenge, of course. So current education faces many challenges to expect the needed skills in the future. This from the figures that advanced training needed in the coming years. So many skills are still missing. Some challenges, as I said, like within the IR, the technology security, the credibility or information on the industrial fields or others. Also, sustainability of the production to ensure sustainability and to avoid disruption. All the other skills requires creating new jobs and disappearing of some of the current jobs. We can see that there is some increase to minimize the gap between training and industry. We should focus on the interaction and communication with the different engineering and consultation offices. Now the technical and vocational training become very important to interact with them, with these offices and consultancy firms, to also succeed in the entrepreneurship, but to measure the goals with the needs of the industry or the business and to continue development. So here we're going to speak about the development of the human resources, about the teachers, trainers. The teacher and trainers' role will be different than before, because now the teacher and the trainer doesn't know what they are going to teach or train in the future. Who should have a clear mechanism, strategies, or skills to attract the benefit of the information that for greater different entities. This is another area of research. Hopefully we can talk about that sometime else. Also to support the empirical studies and entrepreneurship and interaction with different businesses and industries. You may notice that this technical development and innovation has impacted many different sectors, manufacturing or training, and also that there is some challenges with academia, researchers and trainers, and has impacted the future of current jobs and the future prediction for job requirements. There are 4 tracks or competencies needed: technical competencies, methodological competencies, and social competencies, and personal competencies that should be available in all the future technical and vocational training in the future. This is one of the very important areas to be considered in the future education, which is the digital illiteracy also is very important. We have to work on that through the education sector. We should also apply the pilot plans to reach into to reflect the needs by the industry in reality. Future of education development according to the needs, no doubt, to develop and improve the education system, basic skills for employment, etc. Today's students should be ready and prepared for future jobs. How can we respond to the skills needed for the IR4? To provide the education at different places and timing, education based on the competencies of students who have different skills, of course, use of the different devices for learning, and using the technical labs for e-learning, distance learning. The last meeting of the Davos meeting, they said that this skills need to be provided to all students in the vocational or technical training or the higher education in general. Here, I think I'm going to conclude here my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you, Doctor, and thank you for this time constraint. I have, in fact, one comment here on this subject matter. Many of the speakers speak about the future skills and IR4 and sustainability, but we do not want to be very pessimistic about the future. As we all know that the change is the only constant thing in life, and the KSA government has proved that different sectors in handling this change during Corona pandemic gives us feel more assured on the competencies of the whole system in dealing with the requirements of the future. Launching the company's launching of the Human Resources Development Program which will cover most of what has been addressed today, like identifying the future skills and different initiatives to bridge the gap between supply and demand by focus on skills. Also want to consider unifying different efforts that sometimes might be scattered somewhere, like to identify these skills and monitor, detect them, and understanding that people will acquire them. Our brighter future is yet to come by God's will.
We will welcome the questions from the audience. نرحب بالأسئلة من الزملاء الحاضرين إن وجدت. وردتنا بعض الأسئلة.
We have some questions from the colleagues, and some more questions also are there from the audience. Please go ahead.
السلام عليكم.
Peace be upon you.
سؤالي هو
My question to Dr. Eid. He talked about the IR4 and that some jobs are going to disappear.
طيب العاملين في هالوظائف.
Those workers in such jobs who are, where is going to be? What are going to take them? What is the best way, according to your viewpoint, to train? Is it better to train them or to continue their job or to transfer them to another jobs? This is my question. Thank you. This is a very important question, of course. First of all, this depends on the specific institutions or the sector itself or business itself. Train is not limited to specific age. No, it could be all life, throughout the life. And if there is you could be trained if there is similarity between the future jobs, or could be transferred to another sector or another area. But disappearing of jobs, which is coming, we do not want to wait till we reach to this point. It's not going to happen overnight, of course. There is time for changing to take place, but to get prepared from now, from an early stage, either during employment, hiring, or training to identify the needed skills, or throughout the coming 5 years, we will be able to be ready to any upcoming change. As Dr. Muhammad said, that we have the great support, in fact, and vision for the future. This will, of course, we can overcome these challenges for sure. Thanks, Dr. Eid. أي أحد من المتحدثين يريد أن يتحدث عن هذا الموضوع قبل الانتقال إلى السؤال الثاني؟ سيد باتيل، هل لديك أي
سؤال آخر من
another question from the audience, please?
السلام عليكم.
Peace be upon you. Thank you for your presentation. This question has been repeated again and again. As Dr. has mentioned before a while, that the private sector should be involved in reshaping the training plans and the future skills needed and the training on such skills. As I am as one of the practitioners of training, and from the training sector, we are training institutions, the Supreme Institution for Vocational and Technical Training is well equipped for training, but we believe that there is some difficulty in dealing with businesses to develop curriculum and plans and to modernize our preparation for such future skills. We need to prepare the trainer first, then the trainees for such future skills. We have identified the skills in cooperation and the best methods with specialized centers. We are trying to modernize our curriculum, but we'd like to involve private sector in the best possible way. I believe that there is kind of gap between them and us. You are a practitioner, you are from the private sector. Could you just give us some to highlight or the best possible ways to cooperate and reach into to reshape the future skills needs and thereby reshaping the plans accordingly in cooperation with the sector who is going to hire these outcomes at the end? I, of course, testify to what you said. I feel that there is two parts should focus on. First one is the trainer. The trainer should know the new technologies and the advance is very rapid. And he should be capable to absorb such changes and development, international developments. Sometimes his role might be just more coordination role than training or knowledge in all these areas or skills. But still they should have the capacity to coordinate the things you could not do now but for the future, because change is very huge and very fast. They might be able to absorb all these developments, but to focus on the trainer or the teacher is very important. Second, the training institution should believe that it is not just about a specific time training. It should be for longer periods. Maybe the trainer could train for 1 year or less. After 1 year, he might change, but have new technology. So the training should be ongoing process for the further coming years. This one should be part of the training package. أود أن أسأل السؤال بغية المتحدثين من الخارج وأسألهم لأن تعطونا بعض وجهة نظرهم حول المساعي الدولية لتمكين القطاع الخاص والموظفين في تطوير مناهج والمؤهلات. كيف يمكننا أن نعمل تمكينهم أو نيسر انخراطهم ومشاركتهم في هذه المساعي؟ يسرني أن أجيب على هذا السؤال. يسرني أن أجيب على هذا السؤال.
دكتور محمد.
هو إشراك شركاء الصناعة بصورة فعالة. يجب يكون هنالك فائدة للشركات لكي
السماعة شغالة. اللي يبغى يسمع ممكن يسمع الآن.
والفائدة لمشاركة الشركات هي حقيقة أن المستقبل القوى العاملة المستقبلية تم تطويرها من أجلهم، وهذا ما نقوله للشركات أو نسوقه للشركات. عندما من قبل كان دورهم هو مساعدتنا في معرفة ما هي الوضع الراهن والمستقبلي، وبعد ذلك ما يتعلق بالبرامج يجب أن هنالك يبقى كل الحكومة يبقى نوع من المبادرات والآليات للسماح للشركات لكي تنخرط وتشارك، والسماح للعاملين بأن يذهبوا إلى العمل في تلك الشركات وبينما في نفس يطورون مهاراتهم بحيث يكونوا فاعلين وعاملين في تلك الشركات. وهذا صعب، هذا أمر صعب في الحقيقة. لذلك في بعض الأماكن مثل المملكة المتحدة تنظر إلى مختلف الأنظمة حيث الشركات تجي تدفع أموال وكنت تطلب بعض من تلك المفاهيم، تستعيد تلك الفوائد والمنافع عبر تقديم تدريب معين. فبالتالي علينا أن ننظر في الشرق الأوسط أيضا كيف يمكن أن نشجع شركات القطاع الخاص للمشاركة في هذه المستويات الوطنية وقوى العاملة الوطنية، بحيث يمكن تحشيدها وتعبئتها تجاه وظائف كان يشغلها الأجانب في السابق مثلا. وهنالك أيضا فائدة تلك الشركات بالتأكيد. في مثل أحد التحديات في الإمارات العربية كان هي في قطاع السيارات، وكان كانت رغبة الشركات في المشاركة. هذا كانوا داعمين في الحقيقة، وسمحوا لنا بإعداد المهارات اللازمة في ورش عمل، عمل على تلك الخيارات المتعلقة بالمهن في المستقبل متوافرة للناس. ولكن ندرك أن واجبهم ليس وظيفتهم الحالية ليست الوظيفة النهائية، بالعكس الوظيفة الحالية الخطوة الأولى تجاه مسار مهني قد يأخذهم من مختلف الاتجاهات، من الممكن يأخذ في مختلف الاتجاهات. بالتالي يجب أن يحدث ذلك. نحتاج الحكومة، تدخلات الحكومة ودعمها. نحن نتحدث إلى الموظفين حول القيمة المضافة وما سوف يحصلون عليه يتعلق برأس المال البشري، ولنا النماذج تسمح لاستغلال والاستفادة من التدريب أثناء العمل للمتعلمين كي يطوروا وكي يصبحوا موظفين مكتملي القدرات. It could be useful for taking the training to the workplace that will encourage further, as Dr. Ayan said, Dr. Aid before, will encourage this sector to contribute and get involved and link that to some incentives, government, like in funding, etc., from government side. This theme of today is sustainability for this conference. We talk a lot, our colleagues talk about the sustainability in education and training and the outcomes of learning, etc. My question to my colleagues here, how could you or efforts could achieve the quality control internally or externally or the accreditation? How can we achieve such sustainability of the outcomes on the macro level and the measurable sustainability with the known concept for us, which is the environmental sustainability, etc. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad. In fact, when talking about quality and sustainability, we could speak at two levels here. First one, that, as I said before, in the value chain, if you see sustainability is to be not quality at different phases or at this whole value chain. We're not going to focus quality for the quality of program and forget the governance quality, for instance. So sustainability here, well, accreditation, it will help us in sustainability because it's applied in all aspects of training, including the processes or operations, partnership, and other the internal quality system, etc. When talking about the inside the institution or organizations, we're talking about building internal quality system. That means having the accreditation not only just for the accreditation sake, but it's the journey for the internal sustainability, which is crowned by having the accreditation certificate. When talking about the inspection or quality assurance, one of the sustainability provided by accreditation is that it's not focusing only on the practices, but the practices could go on for limited time, but it focuses on the practicing and implementation, then the impact which is created by such practices. And we have impact from a specific practice at different areas of training. That means there will be sustainability not only during the span of the training. We have time for two questions only. We have one question. We'll take one more question for the audience. Please go ahead.
شكرا لك.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muhammad, for moderating the session. My question to Dr. Khalid Al-Shahrani about the accreditation. Thank you, Dr. Khalid, for your presentation. And this is, in fact, we understand and we know very well that the major pillar for the training institutes is the trainer. The corner story is the trainer. In that value, you said that the accreditation, some points about the benefits, or should like improving the outcomes, partnership with employers. What is the added value of the accreditation to the trainee? You have mentioned some areas about improving the processes and outcomes, but what about the trainee himself? What is the added value to the trainee getting from the accreditation? The other question, from your presentation about the criteria, we noticed that the standard partnership with the businesses, the training institutions, we are working, for instance, we participate with the businesses, of course. How can we benefit from the standards of the accreditation in ensuring involvement of the businesses or private sector in the training process? Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Engineer Usama, about how the trainee benefit. His benefit could be achieved at different levels. First, one of the criteria of accreditation is the services to the trainee acceptance or satisfaction. The trainees understand that there is fair policy for admission, and there is policy applied that has impact. The trainee should understand there is continuous revision for the training programs. When the trainee in any institution or in our organization, the time he spent, the trainee at a training program is updated to the needs. This is benefit, of course. The trainee also benefit from that he get trained in a training institution not far from the labor market or the requirements of the labor market. This is also a benefit, which will ensure his career after he graduates, after his graduation. So we'll go to the right place after his graduation. The trainee is related, of course. The accreditation also is not only about graduation, but it's follow the graduates after graduation. Where are they? Which businesses they are working now? Where is the location after 5 years, for instance? All these are direct benefits to the trainee. The second question about partnership that will help the training institution to have good partnership with the businesses. As Ian said in his comment that the partnership needs government support, as Dr. Muhammad said, and to come up with some incentives to get involved with the training institutes. But I believe that any company have some examples of good, successful partnership because it responds to the requirements of the businesses. Whenever the training institutions service the businesses and address their weak points, then I don't think there will be industry or businesses that to be isolated from the training or to receive graduates who are not qualified or not linked to the requirements of the labor market. I think there is some soft spot we need to work on there for any industry. Whenever there is any need to support that we receive from the government, I believe that we'll have good partnership. As one of colleagues said, triple value. It's not only double for the whole situation for the institution, for the training center. The same question we have from the audience is what you have responded already. I would like to conclude here with one sentence that the impact is what we are looking for in our all businesses. Unless such impact was not achieved in the sustainability of businesses, if it was not achieved in the quality of the outcomes or products, or in benefit of the sector, or on its contribution, then we need to sit together and reconsider what the way of doing businesses. I would like to thank the speakers for enriching this session with the scientific knowledge and cognitive ideas. So we hope to meet you after a while in the second following session.
شكرا لكم جميعا.
Thank you all. See you. Thank you so much.
عفوا لا هذا يا احمد اخر واحد
بس النت قلت لهم يضبطوه انا حكيت لما قال طلع كلهم عندهم مايكات ولا واحد مستخدم الهيد.
स्टोर के बाहर कार्टून पड़ा हुआ है, पानी बहुत ज्यादा है। सॉरी मैं समझा सिर्फ हैक के तो वो नीचे भी लगाएगा।
इधर आज और नहीं है
वर्कशॉप बाहर है, उसको मैंने बोला मगर नहीं मेरी बात मानता।
और क्या कर
मैं अभी पूछता हूँ, उसने पूछा था कल वो खाली मतलब फहद है ना बड़ा वहाँ है। हाँ यार
الآن